Chapter 9. Restitution. Speak unto the children of Israel, when a man or a woman shall commit any sin that men commit, to do a trespass against the Lord, and that soul shall be guilty, then they shall confess their sin which they have done, and he shall make restitution for his guilt in full, and add unto it the fifth part thereof, and give it unto him in respect of whom he hath been guilty. Numbers 6-7. The Harley Street group meeting following my first talk with Frank was one of the most impressive gatherings I have attended, one of those rare occasions when one feels powerfully conscious of the presence and pressure of the Holy Spirit. I had said nothing to Ken Twitchell of what Frank wished me to do. But there was a look of understanding in his eyes that evening which showed that he understood, for which I was grateful. That look, I discovered later, arose from an experience of his not completely dissimilar from my own. Before arriving at my office next morning, I made a call on the person named by Frank and revealed the humiliating facts. It was not a pleasant interview, and the facts I disclosed caused no surprise. I was censured for the clumsy way I expressed myself and the early hour chosen for the task. I had no sense of spiritual exaltation at doing what I did. But it was done, and nothing could undo it. And I had driven in one of those protecting stakes that Frank is so keen upon to prevent his followers from repeating past errors. Furthermore, I saw that same person later register a spiritual change which probably would not have happened but for my frankness. I record this as a simple statement of truth. Frank's practice of sending a person to make reconciliation or restitution is occasionally criticized by those who recoil from the high spiritual challenge of the group. The criticism may arise as much from self-conviction or cowardice as from an honest objection to a hard saying. For unquestionably, Christ said that before we bring our gifts to the altar we must first be reconciled to our brother, a difficult saying, but one perfectly reasonable if Christianity is to realize its lofty ideals, though restitution should always be under guidance. Sometimes harm may be occasioned by unwise and unchecked restitution. Nevertheless, the group do not compromise on the necessity for wise reconciliation and restitution. Zacchaeus told Jesus that if he had taken anything by false accusation he would restore fourfold as ordered by the Mosaic law. But, for instance, how could a man with nothing restore fourfold what he had stolen? Why stir up trouble unless you were in a position to make amends? The answer to these questions was that each person must decide the thing to do on his own guidance, checked perhaps by the guidance of others. Supposing a person to whom an apology or reparation is offered behaves badly. Usually he behaves very well, for the restitutional act has the psychological effect of raising the other person's ego, putting him in good temper with himself and with everyone else, including his humbled enemy. But should he act otherwise, say the group, his behavior must be accepted cheerfully as the natural consequence of wrongdoing. Nothing is born without pain, not even a soul born again. Everything must be subordinate to this new quality of life, even if it means the disapproval of others, since the group rests in the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the constant companionship of the Holy Spirit, a benediction which means just what it says and is not a formalism. Frank does not advise people to do what he is unwilling to do himself or what he has not found to be of great spiritual value in practice. Hear one of his own experiences of restitution as he told it to me in my room at Selwyn College, Cambridge, when I was attending one of his many house parties. The bishops of Norwich and Leicester and the presiding bishop of the Protestant Episcopal Church of America were there. Another bishop would arrive the next day who was present at the Chinese house party when Frank had his own sharp taste of restitution. Thus Frank, it was the very first religious house party I had organized, and was held at the house of a famous Chinese diplomat in one of the most beautiful spots in China, a summer resort where the old Chinese philosophers had their retreats. Its cragged peaks and sunny valleys were dotted with ruined pagodas destroyed at the time of the Taiping Rebellion in the middle of the 19th century. Our mountain beauty spot overlooked the Yangtze River, writhing through the valley below, a yellow Chinese dragon. I used to go out and sit on the rocks and enjoy the glorious scenery. For the first 2 days I had a wonderful sense of communion, fellowship, joy, and peace. My third day was uncomfortable. One word kept running through my brain: restore, restore, restore. I tried to brush it aside, but it came again and again. It referred to an old matter with the railway company. I had accepted from them some former privileges, but a rider was introduced and the reduced rates privilege was cancelled. I argued, with true casuistry, that I had the right to these privileges, owing to my prior claims, now only partly operative. At the time of the house party I had hated and forsaken the wrongdoing, but I had neither confessed it nor restored. Therein lies the great secret of victory. A great many hate and forsake, but never go on to the larger victory. So my struggle continued. Should I restore, when the vice president of the railway, with whom I occasionally dined, might find out? What would he think? How would I know what money was involved? How could I own up when so many people had arrived at a house party expecting me to lead them into larger areas of new experience when I must admit my own dishonesty? Finally, I compromised by saying I would write anonymously now that I had found out the amount. I remembered that a check had come in recently to help me in any way I chose, and this had been forgotten in a multitude of duties and was adequate for the restitution. But as I went on to write the letter there was a sense of dissatisfaction and incompleteness, and so I knew I must do the costly thing, which meant signing the letter with my own name, revealing who I was and what I was doing. With it came a wonderful relief, but only momentary, for more disquieting guidance came, saying I must share with the house party that afternoon. I began to argue. How could I? What would they think? Could I lose face, as the Chinese would picturesquely say? Losing face was one of the things not done in China. But the insistent urge was there, confess, confess, confess. I did. With the pain of confession came a completer message that meant victory to many in my audience, composed of people of national influence, members of parliament, a general, several bishops, well-known folk from the foreign and Chinese communities. As the meeting ended I first doubted whether I had done the right thing. I had not yet learned that a confessing Christian is a propagating Christian. A costly confession may be the price of power. Certain things which concern the public must be publicly confessed. So many people have a false fear of confessing things in public which perhaps they should not confess. God often tests our willingness without asking us to do it. At that meeting when I owned up to the sin of dishonesty there was present a man who had come to that beautiful mountain resort to recover his health. The doctors told him he needed rest and quiet away from business. As he left he said that if he were to do the same as Frank he might have to pay out all the money in his bank. Then what would become of his wife and family? Fortunately he talked to a friend who held him to his highest, and suggested that he look into all his affairs and put everything straight with everybody. The friend said his health might never be improved until he had put everything right. The Bible parallel is, which is easier to say? Thy sins are forgiven, or to say, arise and take up thy bed and walk. This man made full restoration to all, which left him with practically an empty bank. Then the miracle happened. Coincident with his courageous step there arrived a note from his employer saying that the most important thing for him was to get well, and enclosing a check for a much bigger sum than he had paid away. Another person present had told a he in Sweden. That lie followed her all the way to China, where she had gone to teach and help the Chinese to be good and not tell lies. Wherever she traveled she found that he turning up. Whenever she tried to help anyone it burst in with, "You're a liar." My telling that simple story of restitution made her realize she must do more than write anonymous letters owning up, not to a big lie, but to one that robbed her of the power of being a life changer. There was a third person at that meeting possessing what is technically known as a dispositional temper. Her husband brought her to the house party and suggested she enjoy the beneficial results while he went off to enjoy himself in his own way elsewhere. This contrary woman too heard the story, and it made such an impression on her that she went to her room and locked her door. Someone was concerned about her dinner, but I said there was no real need for worry, as the New Testament enjoined fasting. She did not attend the next meeting, sending to say she was not well. She wanted no breakfast the next morning, as she now had a slight headache. But at 11 a.m. she left her room radiant and triumphant, and went off to tell some of her friends with similar contrary problems of her newfound victory. Another miracle had come about, leading to a procession of such miracles which were performed because I had now learned not only to hate and forsake, but also to confess and restore. When Frank had finished telling me that story, I asked him, would it not be better in the general interest for you to steal something every 5 years or so and then repeat the ceremony of hating, forsaking, confessing and restoring? You might start many more such processions of restitution. Frank beamed. I learned enough from that first experience to be careful not to repeat the offense. Frank has been setting his changed men and women tasks of restoration ever since he wrote his own difficult series of 6 apologetic letters to persons against whom he had borne grudges following his vital experiences in the Cumberland Church. Because God floods in where there is no sinful obstruction to his coming, Frank sets his face against compromise, which may also be sinful obstruction. He insists that converts should not only turn from sin, but take long steps to prevent recurrences. Voluntary confession and restitution bring home the seriousness of wrongdoing more effectively than any other curative methods of a man's relations with the other sex are on a wrong basis. The group say he should put them right immediately, and the obvious way to do so is to confess the change in his own life to the persons concerned. Even if he does not win them for Christianity, he puts himself on a comprehensible basis with his former women friends. His changed demeanor is understood, and not considered a slight. Likewise, women who have been drawn to Christ are advised to tell why they can no longer live the old life of irresponsible pleasure. It is all to the good of the new convert, and possibly to the salvation of the companion in error. Some graduates holding university degrees obtained by cribbing have been counseled by Frank to return to their college authorities and confess the devastating truth. Or have gone back voluntarily. One of these, a young giant, who, with his wife and 2 wonderful children, has been living on faith and prayer for some years, told me his own experiences over a luncheon which he insisted on giving. He said he was educated at a small, socially prominent college in New England, colloquially known as snooty, snobbish, and high-hat. The honors system for examinations was the rule here, and it was also the done thing to respect the rule, to be honorable and never to crib, although there was none to supervise. The system was controlled by a students' honors committee, exercising the powers of a Supreme Court dealing with all cases of infraction of rules. If anyone was proved to have cheated at examinations, there was no option but to fire the student. The decision was automatic. Yet out of 800 students only 1 was sent down, expelled, every other year. From earliest boyhood the young giant had lived a life of expediency, believing the end always justified the means. The reasons were laziness and fear of failure. With the honors system of no supervision during exams, he saw a splendid opportunity for indulging his laziness and getting dear away with it. At prep school he habitually cheated, knowing he would not be caught. By substituting cheating for work he had more time for enjoyment outside the university. An illicit enjoyment at that. But it meant constantly inventing fresh excuses for absence from class for those extra outings. One day he fell on the stairs, and this gave him a new excuse for a free evening from study. He struck his forehead with a hammer hard enough to show a large bruise, which he passed off as the result of falling downstairs. He claimed to have been in a stupor when he should have been at lessons, and again was believed. He was preparing for his degree when he ran into one of the group house parties, and became convicted of sin, as the old-fashioned evangelists used to say, and felt he must put things straight in his own life. "Did anyone in the group urge you to do this?" I asked. "No," he answered, "I knew my duty very well without being told." Tremblingly he asked to see the dean, feeling so nervous that he wrote out his own accusation before going in and tried to read it standing. His knees knocked so much that he had to sit down. "It seems a sorry sort of admission," said he dismally, as he recounted this experience. I felt he was showing considerable courage in telling so much, and that I was showing the case-hardened indifference of the typical journalist over his painful recital. I said so. "And what did the dean say?" I then asked unrelentingly. The features of the young giant broke into his habitual smile. "The dean said he was awfully sorry about it," he drawled. "Not so much for the honor of the university as for my own sake. He said he appreciated my honesty in volunteering the information, and omitted to reproach me for what I had done. At the end he said, "Since you voluntarily told me this, and no one else knows about it, we will now turn over a new page and forget it. This young man is now a Presbyterian minister, and a saint. Were you glad or sorry you had seen the dean?" I next asked. "You bet I was mighty glad to get it off my chest. I now think it must have been God's special leading to do this." For not long afterwards several ministers of the intellectual type spoke critically of the group at a convention, when the dean of my university stood up, and announced that he was a Unitarian with no strong leaning towards our teaching, but impelled to testify to its efficacy, since a number of young men in his university had come to him voluntarily with apologies for past misconduct. Sometimes contact with the group results in converts going to their parents to straighten out difficulties that have divided the home. Sometimes parents go to children and do the same reuniting thing. Besides seeing the dean, the young giant had also been led to write a straightforward letter to his parents, telling them of how he had been behaving while they paid high fees for his studies, believing him to be a conscientious student. As he had always played a role at home, his mother was convinced he was the angel boy. His letter home cost more than seeing the dean. His courage ebbed so low that he waited until a few seconds to midnight, when the letterbox was cleared, and then he had to run his hardest to catch the post. "And your parents said?" Again things had gone smoothly for the student prodigal. "The same day they received my letter," he said, "I received a telegram thanking me for what I had written and sending me their love. So you are out to turn schoolboys into saints." "That about says it," he replied. Still I was unsatisfied. "You say you were fearful and lazy by nature, when in fact there was plenty of courage and energy latent in you, which the group, with their experience of psychology, knew how to stir up." He would not have it. God's strength was made manifest in his weakness, he asserted. Being in Christ, he was able to do what he was unable to do otherwise. Has anyone ever regretted making such a confession as yours? I was prepared for another uncompromising no. Only if they subsequently draw away from God. Those who keep near him never regret obedience to his law of love to all. How can anyone who professes to love God and his neighbor as himself, as all Christians must do, allow a wrong he has done to anyone to go unrighted? It would be a deliberate interference with God's scheme of righteous world government as revealed in the Bible. I probed further. Have you looked back into your life and carefully considered every wrong you have ever done anyone and endeavored to set it right? Or are there still some dents in your spiritual armorplate? It was a searching question, one which very few persons, clerical or lay, Christian or pagan, dare ask themselves. But he was not to be caught. "Wherever God has shown me that there was restitution to be made," he said, with quiet assurance, "there I have made it. That is to say, you have seen those in your neighborhood. What of those at a distance?" He declined to admit exceptions. "I have either seen or written to all who are alive where guidance has come about them." Hearing this, spoken not boastingly but hesitatingly, in answer to some very impertinent probing, I felt a sense of hopelessness. Such a state of purity and perfection seemed to be altogether too wonderful for me. Later I heard the Rev. Cleve Hicks, a former Harvard chaplain, carry this point of restitution still further, when telling of a man of 65 confronted with the group teaching on this subject, who said it would take him the rest of his life to straighten out all the crooked things he had done. And Cleve had cheerfully replied that, as guided, he could not embark on a more useful undertaking. About this time I heard a fine young Englishman tell a story at a group meeting which coincided with some of the things told me by the young giant. He had been to Oxford, but had deliberately kept away from group influence because he understood it would prevent him from enjoying himself to the full. Later drunkenness and foolish squandering of an allowance from his father's depleted resources became his chief difficulties. Not long after that I was with him as he perused his father's letter just arrived. "Your last letter made very unpleasant reading," he read aloud. "Why?" I asked. "Because I wrote and told father the truth about my past life," replied the changed youth. "And now I'm jolly glad I did. Sending prodigal sons back to their earthly as well as their heavenly father is a speciality of the Oxford group. One is constantly hearing stories of restitution from persons who have been attracted into the group, including one from a very successful minister who preached a sermon which created a deeper spiritual atmosphere than I had sensed in a church for many years. He confessed to me that in his early life he had stolen money, and found it necessary for his peace of mind to call on the person he had robbed and confess his sin. That man today is one of the most fruitful Christians in the group. A relative of mine was so struck by his sermon that she said to me, "The difference between that man and most preachers is, he's real." When refusing a knighthood, John Galsworthy said, "Literature is its own reward." The testimony of the Oxford group is that absolute honesty by anybody is its own reward. George Muller of Bristol, who stole as a young man, and many another saint found that a confession or restitution is the gateway to power. I shall never forget the greeting received by a company of the group when we called on the principal of a high school in an important town. "You are the fellows who took formality out of religion and turned some of my students into honest boys." Or words to that effect. He said that about 25 schoolbooks, purloined from the library, had been returned as a consequence of our last visit to the city. But what of the bad boy, the ugly duckling, with whom nobody can deal? Garrett Steerley told me that in South Africa the group found such a boy, came daily at school, moody and morose at home. His great claim to fame had been winning the junior swimming championship of his club. He was bribed by his godfather to attend a group house party for the price of a cinema seat. At the party he was caught off his guard by the friendliness of the people he met, and soon found himself envying their state of abiding joy. He decided to try Christianity, though he saw it might be costly. First of all, there was that swimming championship. He had been 6 months over age when he won it, but no one knew. He took his courage and his beloved trophy cup in his hands and made a clean breast of it to the committee. The swimming coach was aghast. "You've more nerve than I have, my lad," he could only grunt as the lad walked out, shorn of glory, but triumphant. Later, with the minister's permission, he witnessed in his family church after the service, and promised to restore several pounds that he had once stolen from the collection plate. A man in the congregation was so convicted that he sent back £5 to a department store in the capital, value for goods quietly stolen some years before. The store sent the money on to the Oxford group team, telling them to keep up the good work. Another convert restored jewelry stolen from the house of a friend at which he was a guest. Was he really a friend? I queried. "There are friends and friends," was the laughing reply. "He's a real friend now." In Asheville, North Carolina, I ran into some more lads who had been captured by the group's high challenge. One of them told the following remarkable story: "I believe without a doubt that I was the worst pupil ever in the Asheville Senior High School. That is not only my opinion, but the teachers and the principals too. I wasn't mean, but I took a great delight in telling lies and seeing them through, which took bigger lies to make the little ones seem true. After a year of lying, I began to have enough confidence in myself to steal. I got money from my parents to buy books, then kept the money and stole the books. Every day I would go to school with a troubled mind and not quite satisfied. Then one day we had chapel, and the principal announced that the Oxford group were going to speak to us. Well, I thought, here goes another lecture, and I guess it will ruin our freedom with the girls for a few weeks. So my buddy and I took a back seat and began to amuse ourselves. We carried on until Frank Buchman, the Englishman, got up and spoke. We thought his talk rather funny, so we listened to him. When he had finished, we also finished listening. Well, when the talks were over we all went to our classrooms and forgot about the group for a while. After supper, the same day that I had heard the speeches, my buddy and myself decided to go over to our Sunday school league, get a couple of girls after the meeting, and go for a ride. When we got there, whom should we bump into but Cleve Hicks. The next night up in Cleve's room we surrendered our lives to Christ. Well, I took off and made up with my friends on the lies I had told them. I humbled myself to the principal, and in doing so told him what I had found in life. He was in a hurry to be about his business, but when he found out that I had asked Christ to run my life he took time to give me a lecture on keeping it up. When he had finished I thanked him and walked out, saying to myself, "Well, isn't that funny, making a friend of somebody I never liked until today. He wasn't the only friend I made. I confessed to everyone I could recall telling a lie to, therefore making friends out of enemies. And I also took back to the coach of the school some football equipment I had stolen, and straightened out affairs with girls. I have also been used to win fellows to Jesus Christ. The influence exercised over the typical lad by Cleve Hicks is one of the many astonishing facets of group activity. Cleve told me the story of a Boston boy whom he had known before he was sent to a reformatory. The boy's parents, anxious about their son, wanted Cleve to see him when he was released. Cleve agreed, making the proviso that the boy come voluntarily, as he knew the danger of compulsory religion. The boy came, and a heart-to-heart talk followed. Not long afterwards the boy suddenly turned up again, face beaming, altogether proud of himself, bursting to tell something important. I earned $13.50 this week, spoken proudly. Cleve has his own methods. So. Spoken casually. All gone. Defiantly. Yeah. Humorously. Cleve's casualness merely stimulated the boy to burst out with the facts. When not stealing motor cars, the boy and his pals went in for petty thieving. One particular store in their neighborhood often suffered from their depredations. As one of the young hooligans engaged the salesman's attention, the others lifted what they could. I went back to the store and gave that man $5, proudly announced the lad. Another of this young Bostonian's rackets was to break into an elderly woman's house and damage the property. He told Cleve. I went back to that old woman and asked her if she lived there 2 years ago when the house was burgled. She looked at me scared like, and said, yes. Then I told her I was one of the fellows who did that, and she looked more scared. Then I gave her $5, and she almost died. The remaining $3.50 of the boy's earnings that week had gone to another store from which he had once coolly stolen a portable radio set, carrying it brazenly out while the music was still playing. Of course the best story that Cleve tells he forgot to tell me. When he reads it here he will wonder how I got it, and where. The Oxford group were visiting a school in South Africa, at which Cleve gave a clear presentation of the message to the whole assembly. Some teachers afterwards were very skeptical, and one master cynically asked if the group could do anything to help them recover school muskets which had been stolen. Look here, exclaimed Cleve. We are not detectives. But he added that one never could tell what would happen when the Spirit of God was working to make men honest. The boys listened intently to his address, and one of them at least felt God was giving him another chance. Nothing happened for several days. Then a boy came and tapped on Cleve's door. Come in, said Cleve cheerily. What are you here for? The boy was nonplussed. I expected you to do the talking, sir, he said. I came to hear what you've got to say. Bless your heart, you heard me in chapel. Now let's hear you. For half an hour the boy poured out that heart Cleve had cheerily blessed. Still he seemed unsatisfied. Then Cleve had an intuition. Do you know anything about some rifles around here? Yes, sir, the boy blurted out. That's really what I came for. And the theft of the muskets was admitted as well as of many other items belonging to the school and the students. From being the worst boy he developed into a spiritual force and influenced strongly for good the lives of 17 other boys in that school. Sometimes people become plus honest men. One of my best friends in the group offered a former employer approximately $1,000 as payment for 1,000 hours stolen when he should have been working, an offer which was refused, though the honesty of purpose was recognized. These stories of reconciliation and restitution all point to new principles at work in the lives of persons encountered by the group, and are quoted to illustrate the take-off of the quality of life which this movement is striving to achieve. For a long time I felt the group were erecting far too formidable barriers in the way of potential Christians, and were turning a simple leisurely flat race into a mighty grand national steeplechase, with appalling fences, wide brooks, and sudden turns to negotiate, which only the courageous few dare attempt, and a tiny minority of them achieve. Those on the verge of a changeover, I argued, might be driven away by this unsympathetic and uncompromising teaching. The group replied that persons attracted to Christ could not be driven away by an obvious Christian duty, since Christ supplied the strength as well as the incentive. Nevertheless, I had read no story of the disciples running around making restitution. I thought Christ had said they were clean through the word he had spoken unto them, but the disciples may have had nothing to restore, or the act of restitution was omitted from the story, while the law of God unquestionably enjoined restitution, and Christ did say to Zacchaeus, "This day is salvation come to thy house," when he announced he would fulfill God's law and restore fourfold. "Listen to the guidance of the Holy Spirit," said the group, "and you will hear him saying, Be ye reconciled one towards another." I began to listen again. At first not too attentively. Chapter 10. The Oxford House Party. About this time I left the group of newspapers I had served for 8 years and devoted myself to a smaller rival prior to making a long overdue visit to America. Once more I attempted to get Frank's cooperation in a newspaper series about the Oxford group. Frank knew I had taken his advice and seen the third person he had urged me to see. I wondered if he now thought my own spiritual life sufficiently cleaned up to entrust me with all the facts of the Oxford group. Evidently he did, for when I called him on the trunk wire, long distance, he seemed quite eager for me to come down to the Oxford house party which had just then started and begin work, although the newspaper I then directed was not so powerful as the one I had just left. I went down twice to the 1931 house party at Oxford, once to describe the event, the second time to introduce some of my friends. My second visit to that 12-day house party gave me further insight into the intensive methods of this consecrated human engineer. I told Frank I wished my friends to meet some of the men I already knew in the group. Frank gave me to understand he would see to things, although I knew he was carrying the weight of the whole house party. Instead of introducing us to those I knew already, he collected several other prominent figures in the group to entertain us, one of the surprising things that happen when you work with guided people. Furthermore, he had reserved a seat for me for lunch at high table, Lady Margaret Hall, between himself and a young man he suspected of having the same problem to conquer as the one I had revealed to him. And so, instead of spending a leisurely luncheon hour making interesting conversation in the accepted way of host to guest, Frank whispered in my ear a point about my neighbor on my left, and bade me get busy telling the old story in the autobiographical way common to the group and the early apostles. So zealous is Frank in setting his friends working for others by the simple means of narrating one's own experiences with problems common to both. Mentally I handed Frank the blue ribbon as an organizer of amateur evangelists. Having recovered my breath, I turned to my neighbor, son of a man I knew, whose book publisher had also been my book publisher, and endeavored to be helpful. I was not sanguine of the results. I felt no sense of the Holy Spirit impelling me to talk, no freedom from natural inhibitions. Moreover, my neighbor was not at all interested in expurgating his possible besetting sin, but far more interested in proving that it was not sin at all, my original view. I tried to quote a text or two from the New Testament which had changed my opinion, but at that awkward moment could not remember one correctly. Then the door swung open, and a member of my own staff, deputed to work the 3 colleges with the newspaper containing my first article on the group, noisily entered and began hawking the paper around the lunch table, to my added confusion. And this while at Frank's bidding I was trying to cure the soul on my left of sinning the sin he said was sinless. Another of many incongruous situations in which one occasionally finds oneself as an enterprising journalist. The incongruity developed. I began talking to London Hamilton, a former master at Eton, an elegant beau ideal of the Guards officer type, who gave me the story of Frank's advent in Oxford which appears in an earlier chapter. Lunch ended, and the party dissolved, while we two still talked. The friends I had brought disappeared. I hoped they were happy under Frank's genial guidance. London Hamilton was absorbingly interesting, more so to me because I have never met a lay evangelist who so thoroughly and convincingly in every respect does not look the part. I scrutinized his aristocratic features, listened to his aristocratic voice, watched his aristocratic figure, and said to myself, "Everything about you makes me discredit you in this unsuitable role." And yet London Hamilton is one of the most completely surrendered, fully consecrated men in the group. He is a tremendous character. Read his talk on sin in a later chapter. He has undergone the most severe self-discipline, has given up absolutely no end of things, he is completely in the saddle, and allows nothing to stand in the way of his helping other men. He has learned to believe absolutely in God, and trusts himself all the time to guidance by the Holy Spirit. It was a long time before I understood Frank's attitude towards newspaper publicity. The press invariably judged by numbers, and persistently missed the spiritual genius of the work and his great achievements with individual lives. At first the newspapers ridiculed, criticized or made a futile attempt at exposure. Never with anything to expose. The same attacks from every type of assailant are directed against every deeply spiritual movement, stimulated by the undoubted fact that known charlatans are leading quack religious movements both in England and America. The extraordinary thing about the attitude of some newspapers is their complete inability to distinguish between the genuine and the counterfeit. In rare cases press criticisms, like individual criticisms, may be occasioned by the high challenge of the teaching, but usually that is not so. The press know there are more scoffers at, than believers in, a new religious movement, and are generally on the side of the majority, until passage of time, public recognition, and the patronage of the elect have convinced them of the movement's success. For the street of ink is also the street of snobs. Rarely does a newspaper courageously investigate and accept the risks involved in a daring espousal of a new religious stirring. Records showed that the work of Moody in the British Isles had powerful and lasting results among countless thousands. Yet Moody had his baptism of press opposition at the start. His success was all the more amazing because he arrived in England to find that 3 persons who had invited him over had all died during the 6 months elapsing between his acceptance and arrival. So Moody started his great crusade in the open air with no money and no backing. It was not until after King Edward VII had sent for the aged William Booth and congratulated him on his work for the submerged tenth that one dignified English newspaper would print the word general without quotation marks. I heard some of the pioneering experiences of the first General Booth from his own lips when a guest in his house at Hadley Wood. The blind and aged warrior emphasized his points by thumping my knee with his bony hand. King Edward asked the old general how he got on with his bishops. "Sir, they imitate us," wittily retorted the general, thinking of the church army. A remark which tickled King Edward. But before that interview had taken place in Buckingham Palace, William Booth had undergone great ridicule and persecution without much support from Fleet Street. Frank's desire to work through journalists who understood his ideals thoroughly and could be trusted not to misrepresent them was quite understandable in the light of past experience. Sanity suggested that the best way to help the journalists and the movement was to change the journalists, if they needed changing. As we are mostly a hard-boiled fraternity, nobody is likely to dispute the general need. The percentage of changed journalists is probably lower than the percentage of changed publicans. Though the circulation of the London newspaper in which I ran the articles on the Oxford group was small compared with the vast sale we had built up for the newspaper I had just left, we did quite well from our advocacy of the new movement. My staff was tiny, and there was no appropriation for advertising, yet the circulation jumped immediately, convincing me that had I run the series in a big way with the great resources to which I had been accustomed, it would have been another outstanding journalistic success, even though my booming methods might have developed more public interest than the group leadership could have coped with at that time. We opened the new series with a banner line on page 1 announcing, "Remarkable Religious House Party at Oxford." Then under the subtitles, "Oxford's New Religious Movement. BAS who live on faith and prayer. Firebrand Communists' Conversion." I stated that, during the past fortnight there has been taking place in 3 of the colleges of Oxford University a gigantic international house party that may eventuate in a world-startling religious revival. Oxford may be the home of lost political causes, it is indisputably the home of several religious awakenings that have stirred the 5 continents. Already the new religious movement centered in this remarkable house party is awakening the most somnolent of all sleepers, the intellectuals. BAs, MAs, LL.B.S, MBs, honors men and women in great number, and many Oxford dons are to be seen at the meeting rooms in the three colleges or strolling together arm in arm on the rose-bordered lawns discussing nothing more intellectual or scientific than Christ, the wisdom and power of God, and the need of daily self-surrender to Him as the solution of life's riddle. Yet the house party is not forbiddingly highbrow. The mid-brow visitor notices immediately the absence of every sign of intellectual snobbery, indeed, of every human affectation or mannerism likely to drive the curious and pagan inquirer hurriedly back into his protecting shell. For whatever he first thinks of the teaching, he has no alternative but to like the product of the Oxford groups forming the house party. A healthier, livelier, gayer, more courteous and unselfish band of cultured men and women does not exist. Here at St. Hugh's, St. Hilda's, Lady Margaret Hall are groups of young and middle-aged men and women who are taking Christianity to its logical limits and practicing the faith, courage and recklessness of the early apostles. These 500 or so, drawn from all churches and no churches, do not stand for a point of view as the price of a safe seat in paradise, but for a quality of life. They accept the New Testament as marching orders for daily activities, interpreted and guided by the constant directing presence of the Holy Spirit, and all unitedly proclaim that Christianity, when put into unrestricted practice, becomes not the impossible ideal of popular belief, but the only working basis for a joyous life. A new automobile may stop, a racehorse may die, the wireless may fade out, and a watch run down. But the acts of the apostles continue. They appear to continue impressively in many acts of the groups now gathered at Oxford University, who find in the New Testament the secret of perpetual motion galvanizing any man, any woman, any type, any class, in any age, into unexpected vitality and startling power. Oxford's new religious movement is neither Methodist nor Tractarian, it includes both wings of the Christian religion. Through a unity in common action, many of diverse religious beliefs, and more of none, have reached an altitude of Christian experience which may hold the one possible solution for modern world problems. The man through whom the movement came into being is a buoyant, alert, broad-shouldered, vital man of middle age, one who gives the impression of holding a reservoir of secret power, which he would explain as being filled with the Spirit. He is a single man. I asked him why he had not married. Frank beamed through and around his spectacles. Just because I have never been guided to marry. Oxford's new religious movement started because Frank found he was not making converts as the early Christians made converts. What was the matter with Christianity or with Frank? He found out, and evolved a technique to put his discoveries into practice, with such astonishing results that he seems to be capturing the cream of the world's universities for vital Christianity. The group has the blessing of Anglican and Nonconformist churches. The Bishop of Leicester and Chancellor R. J. Campbell and Dr. Herbert Gray, Presbyterian, are but three of many well-known clerics and ministers visiting the house party. Most of the cloth present are in disguise. They conform to the informal nature of the Oxford group by wearing mufti, although there are no rules as to dress or conduct. Visitors may smoke, drink, do what they like. Yet nobody takes intoxicants, and a visiting lady novelist had the utmost difficulty in borrowing a match from what seemed literally a matchless group. There are probably 1,000 groups scattered about the world today, each meeting informally as a little house party where religion can be talked naturally without formality. New groups are constantly springing up under the Holy Spirit's guidance. There is one in Harley Street, another in Fleet Street, and one for prisoners in a British jail. Some of the changed lives are so outstandingly interesting that books containing stories of a few have already become good sellers. Men and women who have seen little in church membership suddenly challenged to surrender everything, time, money, ambitions, to God and order their lives by Holy Spirit guidance are constantly capitulating, including those in the higher walks of life. But there are picturesque captures mingling with the scholars, including James Watt, until recently the firebrand communist organizer for Fifeshire, a miner, who once lived on the dole and used it to propagate the principles of Bolshevism, who admits that when least satisfied with his own moral code he stifled his conscience by stirring up disaffection at open-air meetings, invariably resulting in clashes with the police. This ex-communist namesake of the inventor of the steam engine, proud of his sandy hair and his new life, has for months past been living on faith and prayer without the dole, while propagating first-century Christianity. Being a Scot, he decided to move with caution in his new faith. He carefully tried out all the teachings of the Oxford group to see if they worked. Discovering that some lived by faith, he and 2 others, feeling guided to do the same, spent the little money they had in furnishing 2 rooms in Glasgow. They read the New Testament, prayed, had quiet times each day listening to God, moved among the working class preaching vital Christianity, asked for no money, and waited to see if supplies arrived. Food came, clothes came, money sometimes came. James Watt reached Oxford with a few shillings, and spoke in Mansfield College Chapel last Sunday to a congregation of astonished highbrows. Although it is not the practice of all in the groups to live on faith, nor does the teaching enjoin it, there are many at the house party who are actually doing so. At least 35 of them have been living without an assured income for several years, some for 10 years. All have piquant stories to tell of their faith being tested to the last penny and the last minute, though none has ever gone hungry save through voluntary fasting. Nor do they ask for money or take collections. And this is an age of insurances and tumbling dividends. A woman novelist, pretty but skeptical, challenged one of those who lived on faith with the accusation, "You mean you live on others?" He quietly replied, "We all live on other people. What counts is our own contribution to the world. You may work 8 hours a day. Some of us work 18 with no salary. Frank has lived on faith for 10 years or more. A working day in his life would appall the average businessman. It usually begins at about 5:30 every morning. From then until 6:30 he spends, to quote his own words, 1 hour of quiet alone with the living God to obtain direction for the day. During house parties at 7:30 a.m. he attends the first meeting of the inner group, some of whom live on faith, and all act on the principle of the Holy Spirit's guidance. Plans are received and discussed, speakers for the day are appointed, and work is allotted. And so on for a full-length day of speaking, guiding, counseling, until nearly midnight, meetings to discuss the principles of Christian living, others for Bible study, more for witness, for converts to announce changed lives and to share experiences. Though it is not claimed that every thought received and expressed is inspired by the Holy Spirit, there are innumerable proofs, when the work is reviewed over a period, of supernatural guidance, the divine leading that might be expected when a body of men and women meet often together courageously obedient to any indication of the will of God. All are receptive to the inner voice, which they say is one voice unfolding through them, though not through them alone, not a 5-year plan, but a majestic eternal plan for the redemption of humanity. The first article so pleased Frank that he posted it to nearly 10,000 people. His enthusiasm amused me, seeing that not many weeks before he thought I was not spiritually capable of writing about the movement. The article was reprinted in part or in full in several American and English journals. It was quoted in various pulpits. I constantly heard echoes of it as I moved about the Western world. Chapter 11. The Human Engineer. Though Frank knew everybody and everybody knew Frank at the house party, he was never in the forefront of things, and pleasantly evaded my attempts to draw him out for journalistic purposes. So I began to collect stories about him from his friends, in case he permanently escaped my attempts to put him on the spot. Presently I was in possession of such a sheaf of remarkable stories about him that in self-defense he had to verify them and modify them with me. But they still remain remarkable. At first I liked Frank very much, then not so much, until I began to understand him thoroughly. Afterwards I discovered my experience was similar to that of many of his firmest friends. Ken Twitcher's brother Han told me that when he first saw Frank at a group meeting bustling about, talking gaily to everybody, he disliked him, yet he is now one of Frank's best friends and greatest admirers. The irritation shown against Frank by some was explained to me by Sam Shoemaker of Calvary Church, New York, who said, "It is like this. You go to a doctor and he gives you medicine. You don't like the medicine, but it is none the less good for you." Moreover, Frank does not attempt to dominate meetings or house parties or people. He uses meetings as means for training his young men to become leaders and to carry on the work when he has gone. "I don't know how you manage to make your parties go so well without leading them," exclaimed the Bishop of Norwich to Frank, when looking admiringly on at the Cambridge House party in Selwyn College in April 1932. Frank smiled acknowledgments, but still kept in the background. While traveling in a railway train in Canada, just before one of his early visits to China, there came home vividly to Frank the recognition that Christianity has a moral backbone. That moral Bolshevism precedes political Bolshevism. And that to make Christianity vitally productive he could not afford to miss making the moral test with persons who consulted him. To speak with a person about his thought life is considered indelicate by the old-fashioned and the mock-modest, yet, apparently, the results completely vindicate the practice. Frank's object is merely to strengthen the man in his weak spot. He finds it the most effective way of putting religion over to people who have no faith, only problems. Frank has had many experiences of the wisdom of taking nobody for granted. He may be a clergyman, an elder or a vestryman in a church, a Sunday school superintendent, and yet need ruthless moral surgery. Frank declines to accept the division of the world into two classes, saved and unsaved. Christ was emphatic as to which of these two classes, the professionally religious, and the publicans and sinners, most needed changing, for with scathing irony he said, "I came not to call the righteous, but sinners to repentance." Frank believes the Pharisee is still as much in need of spiritual attention as the publican. One of the best stories of Frank, told in this connection, is by H. Walter, in Soul Surgery. In New York City, a university student leader came to talk with Frank about entering the Christian ministry. He had just been attending a conference on the ministry at which brilliant addresses had interested but not convinced him. Frank answered his questions to the best of his ability, but still the man seemed unsatisfied. They had finished dinner with very little accomplished, and Frank then invited him to his room for further conversation. In time the student opened a little more and said, "I'll tell you why I couldn't enter the ministry. I want my own way too much. Isn't there anything else?" Frank asked, and the student said, "No." Then Frank was told what he should say as suspicion became conviction, and, leaning forward, he said quite naturally, "Isn't your trouble?" The barrier of pride crumbled away, and a new beginning was made on a sure foundation which transformed the young man. As they were walking together to the subway, the student said, "And it is worth remembering, Frank, I'd have cursed you tonight if you had not got at my real need." One of many examples of the wisdom Frank shows in taking nobody for granted. Frank was attending a conference for students when he heard the story of a piece of life-changing work which was the inspiration of his future. A young fellow of limited means told how he had worked hard to help a well-to-do freshman known as Dick, in with a fast set, who was so busy getting into mischief that he was unable to prepare his lessons. The speaker rose early and worked through his own lessons, and then at 7 a.m. knocked on the door of his prodigal protégé. Naturally Dick was much too tired to wake up. He sleepily murmured his intention to cut lessons for that morning. Nevertheless, the student entered, got him dressed, and so helped him through his preparation that his recitation was the best he had done for a considerable time. After about 6 months of this assistance Dick observed that he would give the world to be as good a fellow as his friend. To which he replied, "Well, so you can. But you don't know my problems. I'm a different type from you." His friend insisted there were no types who could not live the life through the power of his friend Jesus Christ, as Dick, too, found from that time onwards. Frank heard this story told, and said to himself that if a poor student could take so much trouble to help another man, he could surely do the same. Hitherto nobody had told him how. But he decided that his life's objective must be to win men, no matter who they were. Immediately he drove a stake in, vowing to win a man before he got home. He thought this would be easy, although it had been a long job for the student. On his way home, Frank was to visit New York, where he assumed he would have plenty of opportunity. In New York things began to crowd in on him, those things which are the great enemy keeping us from men, so that he forgot about his vow until he was on the point of leaving the city. As he was buying his ticket, he suddenly remembered he had not won his man. He grew hot and cold and bothered. How could he go home? He must find one needing changing on the spot. Frank caught sight of a colored porter, in a red cap, looking as fat and shiny as butter. "Here's my man," said Frank, and started in, feeling very scared about his first adventure in life-changing. "George, are you a Christian?" "No, boss," said the darky, startled. "Then you ought to be a Christian." "I know, boss. Other people have told me that. But I don't know how, boss. What's more, I'm scared." "Two people scared of the same subject," comments Frank. "Everybody seems scared to talk sanely about religion, which is why we fail." "Why are you scared?" asked Frank, hiding his own fright. "My brother's coming down the river from Sing Sing. He's got religion up there, and I don't know how to handle him." Frank's own attitude towards George. "Now, George, you've got to be a Christian," commanded Frank, not knowing what more to say, or how better to express himself at that time. "Yes, boss, I will. Thus ended," says he, "my first crude attempt to bring the unsearchable riches of Christ to another man. Whether he became a Christian or not in time to meet his brother coming out of prison, or afterwards, I cannot tell. But that day the ice was broken on a new life work. Another crisis was passed which released me for one of the most glorious adventures that is open to man. It showed me what ordinary men like myself may be privileged to do in life-changing on a big scale. What is the secret of Frank's amazing power over himself, over his colleagues, over everyone who knows him well? Just the power of a positive personality, is the first assumption. Then one discovers that is not so. He is a long way from the domineering character who carries everyone with him by sheer force. Pleasant, suave, obliging, eternally merry, active, strong-willed, if you like. But not an overwhelming force breaking down all obstacles by the ruthless drive of the leader born. Whence, then, the secret of his astonishing power over others? He revealed it to me on the afternoon of Easter Day, during one of his gay chats over tea at Oxford. "I was very busy," Frank began, "working 18 to 20 hours every day. So busy that I had 2 telephones in my bedroom. Still I was dissatisfied with the results. There was a constant coming and going, but the changes in the lives of my visitors were inadequate, and not revolutionary enough to become permanent. So I decided on a radical procedure, to give that hour of the day from 5 to 6 in the morning when the phones were unlikely to ring to listen for the still small voice to inspire and direct. The only thing that came to me during the first morning hour of listening to the living God was 3 words, really the same word repeated 3 times, the nickname of a happy-go-lucky fellow in the university, Tuts, Tuts, Tuts. This young man's grandmother used to call on my mother and ask if Frank couldn't do something to improve her grandson. I had prayed that Tuts would be changed, though until that time I had not the inclination to cross his track. But that same morning the first person I met on the green was Tuts, coming leisurely along, smoking a cigarette and just late for lectures as usual. My first thought was against speaking to him just then, that I was not sure about my message, as the word Tuts might just have come to me out of my subconscious self or from the evil one. But there came again the same insistent message of the morning, Tuts, Tuts, Tuts. Knowing I must not evade, I said to Tuts, "Would you like to have a chat with a football friend of mine who knows how to put the great truths of life and make them effective for ordinary people just like ourselves?" "Yes," he said, "I'd like to," showing that fine sense of abandon of the interesting sinner, always ready for a new adventure. Now Tuts had come from a normal Christian family, had been confirmed, but the strain of prep school life, and later the university, had veered him from the straight and narrow. He had talent, and did well in dramatics, in which he always played the girl's part, and made a great hit with the audience, for he knew just how to swish his train to create the maximum comic effect. When the dramatic club went on tour, the show would always conclude with a dance, into which Tuts would put a lot of kick and go. And when he returned later to their private car, he would never forget to say his prayers before going to sleep. I accompanied him to the football player, and so readily did my friend understand him, his problems, his open faults and secret sins, and the divided life that goes with them, his sense of defeat and unhappiness, that Tuts made a decision to surrender his life to Christ, the great friend of sinners. He gave himself to God to have and to hold from that time forward for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, till death. Later he came to me radiant with his new experience, whereupon I challenged him, how about telling your friends the story? Tell my friends. They'd all laugh. But you like the laughter of your friends at the play. The more laughter you get, the more you are pleased. The thing I like about interesting sinners like Tuts is, they have imagination. Give them a chance to look, and they leap. He went back to his club, and found all his friends sitting about the hall waiting for the luncheon bell to ring. The gay young Tuts breezed in and announced, "Well, I suppose you will all laugh when I tell you what I did this morning." Everyone was most interested. Tuts usually had something to say that was spicy and amusing. He may have been pulling the leg of some don or picking up some good news story. He simply said, "Well, I decided to change my life this morning." Here was news. They waited eagerly. He must tell them all about it. They sat on the edge of their chairs listening breathlessly to the happenings of the morning, and the gong for lunch clanged unnoticed. One of the auditors, named Bill, who had a racing car with room for someone next him and something in the rumble seat behind, said, "I'd like to see that football fellow." Tut said, "Right. I'll telephone and make an appointment." He came on to the constantly ringing telephone, "Can you come this afternoon?" "Certainly." "When?" "Any time." Frank continued, "That's the marvelous thing about the busy college men. They can always make time immediately for something they really want to do." Bill came to see my friend, and he, too, found a new power that day and became a changed man, with Christ as his king and guide. Later the same day I was standing with the chaplain, whom everybody called Bob. His popularity rested on the short sermons he preached and his interest in sport, but rarely met men's deepest needs. Tuts came up with Bill and said to me, "You know Bill's with me on this." I said, "Bully for you, Bill." Bob the chaplain added that it was about time he made a change. Then Bill rounded on Bob something like this, "We've known each other a long time. Bob, I used to admire you for your varsity letter. Then you came up here as our chaplain and coach and played around with us, but you'd have let me go straight to hell for all you cared about my real need." This indictment of the chaplain by Bill made me shudder, says Frank, as it might very well have been said to me, that I was looking after men's bodies instead of their deepest needs, had I not been listening to God for an hour early that morning, although only 3 words came, from which 2 souls were reborn in one day. But that day I found the secret of true education. The Holy Spirit is the light, the guide, the teacher, the power. What I am able to do I do through the power that comes in the early hour of morning quiet, waiting and watching for the voice of the living God to break through the shadows of the night. There was a sequel to the story of Tuts. 7 years afterwards I was asked to preach for a rector, who advised, "Make it short, so they will come back for the second service tonight." As I was about to close I felt the Holy Spirit say to me, "Tell them the story of Tuts. Tell the story of Tuts." 7 years' experience of the still small voice had taught me the necessity of prompt obedience. So I told this story. The church was large. There was much stained glass and the congregation were difficult to see. As I got into the story I noticed a movement on the left halfway down the church. At the end of the service who should come up to see me but Tuts, Mrs. Tuts, baby Tuts, and father-in-law Tuts, all of whom had been in the church without my knowing they were present. Tuts had held faithfully on for 7 active, fruitful years. His wife was on his side too. And his father-in-law. And baby Tuts would probably be coming along later. "That went big this morning," announced Tuts, as he came up to me, adding, "I wouldn't have been teaching a Sunday school class in this church but for your accosting me that morning on the college green. And somehow, because I had enlarged my theme with the Tuts story in the morning, the congregation enlarged itself automatically for evensong," adds Frank. Frank learned long ago that he must never scold. To scold is not to understand. To scold is the negation of the story of the prodigal son. It is the whole question of nagging, he says, that makes the average home uncomfortable. The home atmosphere must be lifted above that undesirable, all-pervading human sin. One way to do that is to remember with Kipling never to look too good or talk too wise. Frank has developed the art of looking into the face of a man and reading like a book the life he is leading. He has developed the sense of never being shocked. "I am quite unshockable," he told me. "Has a man ever confessed murder to you?" He laughed. "I knew you were going to ask that. I have been in condemned cells, but I think I had better not say whether I have heard murder confessions. We mustn't be sensational." I mentioned that a clergyman told me he had listened to confessions of murder by 4 persons, and I had published these under his name in a signed article in a British publication. Had Frank received such a confession? But he still avoided the question. If a murderer confessed, he might say, "Tell me all about it. How did you do it?" Frank's reluctance to disclose another's secrets is understandable. All ministers of the gospel hear extraordinary confessions from sinners and treat what they hear as confidential, a practice adhered to in the group unless the person who confesses himself makes it public. Fear of a censorious attitude by the listener often prevents honest sharing, which might end the chaos in many homes where the ideal life could quite easily be led. Frank believes it possible for sons and daughters to return home and frankly disclose the story of their daily life, instead of contributing to the general conspiracy of secrecy as to the real doings of the day so common in many homes. Secrecy inspired by an artificial restraint first introduced by the parents. He knew a mother whose chief hobby was temperance, but all of her children became drunkards. If she had known better how to get into the lives of her children by confessing her own weaknesses, instead of warning them so often against theirs, she might not have driven them all to drink. According to Frank, the same judicious practice of sharing would prevent many sons and daughters from being driven away from their homes by misunderstanding parents. There was as much need for prodigal parents to return to their forgiving sons and daughters who had been driven away by nagging and the unwillingness to share as for prodigal children to return to their earthly parents. Furthermore, there was too much assumed horror by parents at their children's repetition of their own early sins. Sex problems would cease to exist in homes where parents were honest about their own problems in an effort to help without affectation or censoriousness. Frank learned the necessity of avoiding scolding when helping George through one of his early problems. George was 16, with blue eyes and blonde hair, a slight figure, a blue suit with long trousers. He was a double orphan. On the day of his mother's funeral his 2 sisters were sent to an orphanage and, there being nowhere for George to go, Frank invited him to his own home. "I tried to make him feel comfortable with me," said Frank. "I sat next to him, told him my best stories and tried to make him interested." That was Tuesday. On the Friday night after dinner George said he would like to go downtown. I said, yes, but I knew I had not yet got his confidence. You can sit at the same table with a person and say a lot of things, and yet not know him. It was a long summer evening. About 9:30 I looked out of the window, and saw young 16-year-old George zigzagging up the street with the pavement not quite wide enough for him. I watched him as he tried to get into the house. He missed the bell, and so no one came, which made him furious. Then he began to shake the door violently. Most people shake the door when they ought to shake themselves. I felt very unhappy about George as I went to the door and let him in. When Frank has reached this point in his story, he usually asks, "What would you do with George?" Some suggest a shower, aspirin, black coffee, soda water, a scolding. Frank let George severely alone for a while, after making sure that he had gone safely to bed, without George knowing he was looking after him. Nor did Frank go down to breakfast next morning with George, knowing that if he saw the bloodshot eye he might say something he would regret later. During his quiet time guidance definitely came that he should go down to the wholesale millinery store where George worked and meet him there. He asked the Jewish manager if he could see George. "Certainly, sir." George came up the hall-like corridor, and immediately he saw Frank. His head fell and he blushed, although Frank had said nothing. Most people, Frank observes, who want to help others seem to think they must publish abroad their sins. He asked George what about lunch together. George said, "Excellent." They went along to a restaurant with the manager's permission to take a full hour. They started the meal with oysters, George as silent as a clam. They came to the fish, and while picking the bones George said, hesitatingly, "I was drunk last night." Frank heard the admission in silence. Presently George mustered up courage to go a bit further. "You know, it didn't cost me very much." Frank again said nothing, but his comment to me on this excuse was, "There are people who think it mitigates the offense if the sin is not too expensive." Presently George said, "You teach a Sunday school class?" "Yes," said Frank, and left it at that. Frank observes here that most people would think the occasion was now ripe for a pious talk, which would probably have satisfied their conscience, but not cured George, for his full confidence had not yet been won. Finally George said, "I made up my mind last night as I came up 20th Street that if you scolded me I would go out and do it again." Most people, according to Frank, are sober enough for some clear thinking even when drunk. As it was, George dropped his drink, turned up at Sunday school next Sunday, and became a worker with remarkable talents who could do for boys more than Frank was ever able to do, as he was nearer their age and had a ready point of contact. In time George came to be the secretary of a national chain of Bible classes organized by a well-known amateur pugilist who belonged to one of the old families. I saw Frank from another angle when discussing him with Cleve Hicks, a former chaplain at Harvard. "Frank is nobody's fool," said Cleve. "And he can deal trenchantly with anyone if needful." "Has he dealt trenchantly with you?" I queried. Cleve has a merry smile and a jolly, well-upholstered figure. "We were having a quiet time, and I was feeling very undisciplined," Cleve admitted. "I had a lot of fear of the future and had been slack about morning devotions. Frank asked me if I had anything to share among a big group, and I said, no." Frank looked straight at me and said, "Cleve, you are sleek and unconvincing." "And what did you tell him he looked like?" Cleve regarded me sleekly and replied convincingly, "I said nothing, but I had no fear of him." I knew he was right. On another occasion, continued Cleve, we were having a quiet time when Frank announced, "Cleve needs dynamic change. Hold him lovingly to maximum experience of Christ. Opposition but great fruitage in years ahead." Cleve was intrigued by this prophecy, and made a note of it. The prophecy is already being fulfilled. Frank is a stickler for courtesy and good manners. A young man attending a house party in Holland omitted to thank his host as Frank and the team were leaving. On the way to the station, Frank discovered the omission, and insisted on the car being driven back and the host properly thanked. Immediate restitution. If any of his young men are leaving England for another country, he warns them to learn the customs and fit in with the social code of the land they visit. For these international house parties he always endeavors to see that people from one country are agreeable to those from other countries, and that everyone is comfortable. While he is sensitive to unfair criticism of his work, and has the settled conviction that the Holy Spirit is with him, he dislikes arguing about the rightness of his methods of teaching. He prefers to change his critics, thereby giving them a personal demonstration of the practicality of his work. As, for instance, when a gathering of American psychiatrists asked him to come and explain his methods, he used all the time of the interview endeavoring to turn them into Christian psychologists like himself. If he could have been harnessed to any organization he would have made a Napoleon of organizers. His Oxford friends told me that when he arrived at a house party he would ask a few questions and immediately gather together all points in his well-ordered brain, quickly infusing more life and hilarity into the proceedings. And withal so simply and so naturally that you were always in danger of overlooking his bigness. Only after you had left him, and one of his apt sayings, "We are an organism, not an organization," or kindly just right actions recurred to you would you observe, "Ah, Frank said that." Or, "Fancy Frank doing that just the right moment." Frank insists there is no difference in sin wherever it is committed. He crystallizes the point by saying, "Crows are black the wide world over," a favorite slogan of the group. Immorality in Paris or theft in China is just as sinful as immorality or theft in England. But when a team was addressing an audience of Negroes in South Africa, the slogan was changed to, "Grass is green the wide world over." I asked one of Frank's friends if he had ever seen him angry. Only once, he replied. Frank was addressing a public meeting, and waxed very angry with those selfish, lazy persons who wanted their relatives changed to Christians but were unwilling to do the tackling themselves. "That's your job," is Frank's uncompromising rejoinder to most of these petitions. A rejoinder which makes him temporary enemies because of its truth. A young man who confessed that his trouble was sex was given the slogan, "Watch your eyes." Frank believes that Christ meant what he said, that every one that looketh on a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery with her already in his heart. First the look, then the thought, then the fascination, then the fall. But the fall might be a fall in thought. It was better to look away, to think of other things, and better still to be actively engaged in changing others, which produced the highest joy in life. The number of religious books Frank has given away would fill a public library. His traveling cases are packed with group publications suitable for different spiritual diseases. He uses so many that he buys wholesale. He is a religious colporteur, freely distributing samples of the commodity most needed by everybody. Those who accept the books usually allow him to pay for them. Occasionally one more thoughtful will leave him the price. "Were you guided to leave that?" he crackles. "As you were merely refusing to accept goods for nothing from one who lives on faith and prayer," you reply, "Yes, though you are not quite sure about it." A point that his friends stress about Frank is the utter selflessness of the man, the absolute identification of his own personality with the intangible development of the body of Christ on earth. He is perfectly willing to be out of the picture, to be humiliated, scandalized, or, if necessary, to assume and exert all authority. No group meeting ever goes with quite the swing and vitality as one run by him. Frank is fearful of putting too great dependence on personalities, and is out to modify rather than exalt himself or his friends, since humility is the true Christian characteristic. He believes in perfect freedom of action even without the money to buy it. He has been known to talk his last penny out of the bank to help some person whose urgent needs seem to entitle him to it. When Frank has no money, he prays for it. When first I met Frank, he had been praying for money to help a man with whom he was sharing his linen. The money came. He prayed with the person who brought it. Frank thanked God, first for telling him the money would come, and then for sending the money. He is scrupulously careful not to waste money on anything. Frank asks guidance for expenditure on postage. Yet without a qualm he will spend £1,000 if he feels he should do so and if he has the money. He emptied his pockets to help a team to visit South Africa to found the groups there. Sometimes persons who have little or no money, but are touched by his zeal, express a wish to help him. For instance, a devoted maidservant in a house in Scotland, where Frank was staying, told him the only way she could help him was to wash his linen, which she would be glad to do. And so every week when Frank is in England his laundry goes to Scotland and is washed free by a braw Scotch lassie. It is impossible to understand Frank at all unless he is thought of as always in God's presence, listening for direction and accepting power, which he says is the normal way for a sane human being to live. Frank is an example of the psychologically mature man, thoroughly integrated round the highest relationship possible to man. The interesting part of this is the amazingly practical way his guidance works out. If a man's life is thoroughly integrated in God, he finds a dominant purpose in which everything fits. It does not mean rigidity, but being so flexible as to be responsive to unexpected opportunities, giving further opportunities to serve God, whose ways are not men's ways, as Paul found when he was going his roundabout way to Rome. Frank is perfectly disciplined. He does not wander voluntarily in his spiritual life, he goes direct to the source all the time, and expects the source to come direct to him. Whatever he does he feels must be right, since he is doing what is the guided thing for him to do. Through his constant practice of losing his life daily he has come to find himself. He awakes in the morning with the idea that today is not his day, but God's day. Losing his life, he finds it all the time. The result of his discipline is abounding energy, which he is confident comes from the Holy Spirit. This discipline at the heart of the movement means complete freedom. The paradox of Christianity. Frank is a child listening to God and obeying him implicitly, and getting all those around him to do the same. And no one will ever understand this movement who does not accept this as a working hypothesis, whether he believes it or not at the start. After a time he begins to see it is true. As I thought of Frank living this listening in life, I felt that it was excellent in theory, but impossible in general practice. And then the former master of Selwyn, Dr. Murray, lent me the notes of one of his lectures on prayer, in which I found this paragraph, which gave me a better understanding of Frank, for our life here is not meant to be a monotonous and lonely tramp on a treadmill. It is meant to be a brisk, an intelligent and adventurous march onward towards a goal which, however distant and however dimly discerned, is certain because God has appointed it, but it can only become this in proportion as we hear and respond to the call of God, to cooperate with Him in the bringing in of His kingdom. And when you come to look under the surface of our Lord's teaching on prayer, you see that it is all directed to secure just this harmonious and effective cooperation. It was, of course, as we learn especially from St. John's Gospel, just this kind of life that Jesus himself lived in the flesh. His meat was to do the will of Him that sent Him, to finish His work. His whole being was supported by conscious communion with His Father. His life was brightened by the consciousness of His Father's approval. He was always watching for a signal from His Father's hand, so all that He did was not His own doing, but His Father's. The Spirit of His Father taught him what to say. Frank, following his master, is always waiting for his master's signals. Everybody associated with Frank, like Frank himself, gets a new quality out of this basis of life, as well as some pain, the pain of the cross. Frank gets the disappointments which come when someone for whom he has an enlarged vision fails to attain to Olympus. But he is supremely human, and does not harden himself through another's failure. He is never too busy to think humanly. He lives more of an objective life than anyone I know. That is one answer to any who suggest that he encourages introspection. He is always thinking of other people. He loves festivals, his birthday list is long and growing, he is a great man at any celebration. He is a dominating character, but does not believe in domination, for that kills initiative. Meet him and you may not like him, because he does not appreciate you too much at your present worth, the reason being that he wants to get you to a higher altitude, more spiritual exercise and more spiritual air. For, says he, the spirit, like the body, needs food, air and exercise. Frank has a way with him for every occasion. A young Presbyterian minister told me that when traveling with Frank he repeatedly noticed his amazing solicitude for the welfare of others. He had seen Frank stop suddenly in the midst of a discussion to inquire if a fire had been placed in somebody's room, or adequate preparations made for another's arrival or departure. When the last Oxford house party was breaking up, I observed Frank stealing round the dinner table to some of his friends with fine singing voices arranging a farewell chorus for the housekeeper at Lady Margaret Hall. Under Frank's vigorous direction they sang heartily, for she's a jolly good fellow. And so say all of us. Typical of Frank's spontaneous goodwill and rightness of action. Once Frank wittily amplified to me his teaching about sharing by saying, "Love's blind, but the neighbors ain't." We may think our sins are securely hidden, but directly we begin to disclose a few, we usually find our neighbor is already aware of them. If anyone doubts this, try it and see. Frank has a counterpart of his saying about the neighbors in the aphorism, "Read men more than books." If we really want to help men, we must get oftener into their lives than into the bookshelves. He once asked the late Dr. F.B. Meyer, of Christ Church, London, a famous saint and a powerful preacher, how a man could have power in the pulpit. "By answering on Sundays the questions your congregations ask you on weekdays," was the answer. That meant he must be getting into the lives of his flock all the week to know their real needs when Sunday came. Sam Shoemaker, rector of Calvary, told me that when someone accused Frank of having no interest in the second coming he flashed back, "Why talk of the second when so many know nothing of the first?" Not that he is less interested in the second coming than other ministers, he urges men and women to cut out sin and keep it out, then they know what it means to hope for and are always ready for the second advent. "I have never seen a man so completely surrendered to God as Frank," said Sam Shoemaker. "He is the most disciplined personality I know. Everything he has is absolutely given up to God. I have seen him at night seated in his chair thoroughly done in with his day's untiring labors for God, pale and utterly exhausted. Then the door opens and in walks another opportunity for service. Tired though he is, Frank is on his feet instantly, his face glowing, his merry smile back again, hand outstretched, his whole being a-quiver for further effort for his master, ready to go on right through the night if he can only help another from shadow into light. He allows himself to be just carried along without effort on a wave of the Holy Spirit, he never seems to tire. His life is entirely without conflict or worry, except when deeply concerned over someone else's problem. Occasionally he gets pained with sin, and can deal drastically with insincerity and compromise. He has amazing patience in the face of the incredible, persistent and blind stupidity of persons who consult him while unwilling to take his advice and surrender the sin which prevents them from fulfilling their destiny. Frank is no quitter. He is never through with a man. They may talk and part. The man may go away interested but unconvinced, and may forget, but Frank doesn't. The day may come when that man returns, perhaps prepared to go a step further. Frank remembers him and patiently endeavors to help him another step forward. I asked Sam Shoemaker if Frank never grew tired of the strain of continuous personal evangelism. Did he never want to break out and paint the town red? Sam laughed at the impossibility. You bet he doesn't. Why should he when he is so thoroughly happy? I have never met a man quite so merry as Frank. He once signed a cable to me, in a time of the greatest stress, yours merrily, Frank. Some of the New York toughs have a too familiar custom of walking by your side in the street, thrusting a revolver at you, and demanding that you shell out all your money, in the good old Dick Turpin way. I asked several leaders of the group what they would do in such a disturbing event. One or two thought it would be better to pay out than to be shot, for in New York those fellows stood no nonsense. The prospect of 40 or 60 years in Sing Sing was not encouraging. Only the fool fought when taken unawares, said my friend the Spider, who knew all about prisons and gangsters before he was changed. I asked Frank what he would do if accosted by a man with a gun. We were in a London cab making for Bond Street. It was rather a tickler, I felt, even for Frank, who pondered a while. Then he said, I should invite him to say the Lord's Prayer with me. If he were an Italian I should ask him to say the Paternoster. And suppose he fired? Frank gave an enigmatical smile. I don't think he would. Frank likes to think in the plural when organizing a life-changing campaign. He would much sooner take 100 life-changers into a city than 1 or 2. Musical comedy touring companies, he argues, take 50 or 60 players into a town. Why should not the groups do the same? He foresees the day when an army of 500 or more consecrated life-changers may descend on a town or city and set to work winning it to Christ. Maximum effort, no lone wolfing, is his motto. Though Frank has no money, he also has no worries, and so when he does go to bed, which may be at any time, he is asleep as soon as he has turned out the light. In the morning he is astir with the birds. He came into my room at Cambridge before 7 in pajamas to wish me good morning. His face was hidden behind a foam of shaving soap, yet merriment broke through. That morning Frank told me he not only believed in getting up when the cock crew, but he believed in crowing as well. He was crowing with joy that wet April morning. The Lord was so good to him, he said. I watched him as he prayed during the 7:30 communion service which followed, his eternally happy face lit with smiles. Frank is one of those rare human beings who really love God. Chapter 12. A Journalist's Strangest Journey. There were divided opinions in my office as to the new movement. I hate it, affirmed the best writer on my staff. People only hate what matters most to them. Hatred of religion is often the beginning of faith. Christ came with nothing but love in his heart, and succeeded in stirring up more towering hate than any other man in history. The time seemed propitious for my long-deferred pilgrimage to the New World, and for fuller investigation of the work of the group outside my own country. I sent a cable to Ray Purdy, told him of my projected trip, and asked what were the chances of covering the expenses of an American tour by writing. Back came the answer, come on a basis of faith and prayer. Check your decision with Frank. I wired Frank in Germany. He advised, go in faith and prayer, and rely on the Holy Spirit's guidance. It all seemed very unreal, possessing a mixed flavor of sand and sawdust, tasting more dry than prohibition. Nevertheless, all the more interesting as journalism in the working out. Europe was in semi-chaos when I left. My liner might have been Noah's Ark floating on the deluge to ground with me on a new Mount Ararat, the Empire State Building. A panorama of pyramids glided by the porthole admitting me to a titanic city of confusing right angles and glittering towers. All incredibly thrilling. New thrills produce queer effects. This is what the thrill of entering New York did to me, out of the storm and the quaking east, down the Atlantic bend to a terraced city. Lofty, geometric, fantastic as the dream of a drink-maddened genius. City of New York, Dream City, Devil City, City of Satan and God, gliding by my porthole. Skyscraper after skyscraper, cluster following cluster, tall giants at the Battery. Elder brothers in their prime, then the part-grown children. Plump infants passing now, here come father and mother. Empire and Chrysler, monarch of Fifth Avenue and slim mistress of Lexington, Jupiter and Juno gazing proudly downtown, excusably admiring their grown children, sons of an improved race of annex, by whose courtesy I enter gratefully the promised land. For some reason inexplicable, Frank was delighted at this, he learnt it off by heart and quoted it often. One of the 3 troubadours who had come to see me in my office, Charles Raines, met me at the dock and introduced me to New York. We spent a delightful weekend, on the Woolworth Tower. Prince George had just been up, said the attendant, the Empire State, too giddy at first to look over, though on the next ascent I dropped off to sleep on the 86th floor in the warm February sun. Coney Island, America's Great Yarmouth, Bear Mountain, no bears, and the beautiful West Point, America's Sandhurst. And a jolly day and night at Summit, New Jersey, where John and Alec Beck and their sister, Marge, gave me a true Western welcome as I first entered an American home. So did Grace and Roland Pell, and Peter, and Mr. and Mrs. Biscoe, the ideal married couple. Later I was hospitably entertained at Bill Wilkes' house in Summit. While Bill's pretty wife provided welcome hospitality, Bill sorrowfully offered me much-needed advice on the sin of selling short. Crowded days followed. Charles Haynes took me to his fine old university, once controlled by the war president of the United States, and proudly showed me Princeton from every one of Woodrow Wilson's 14 points. John Beck drove me up Broadway, the 100-mile street, to Albany, the state capital. I soon observed that America uses knives rarely at table, presumably keeping them for more effective use in the street. I discovered that Babe Ruth was a greater national character than A1 Capone, that millionaires walk about with armed bodyguards to save themselves from kidnapping and torture, that Fifth Avenue is undoubtedly the finest street in the world, and that New York made nearly every city I knew seem painfully provincial. I have seen no more thrilling sight than New York City and Harbor from Brooklyn Bridge. In Washington I met an Irishman who affably pointed out the scenes of British defeats. Before my first week ended I was invited to take part in a tour with an Oxford group team, one of those faith and prayer trips, this time to the southern states. There would be some hospitality, I was told. My expenses would approximate £1 a day. And there would be $20 divided between the 5 speakers at a meeting in the Orange Presbytery in North Carolina. $4 apiece for a 3 weeks crusade. The tour attracted, the work scared, the pay amused. They mentioned romantic names like Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, Virginia, North Carolina. Haunts of Raleigh, Lincoln, Lee, Deerfoot, and Daniel Boone. But a religious tour. Traveling with 4 men who said they had planned the journey under the guidance of the Holy Spirit. For men who lived on faith and prayer. I expected quiet times in the morning, life-changing in the afternoon and evening, confessing a colored past and praying with people about their future and mine, perhaps morning, noon and night. Too much realism for real romance. We started, for evangelists and a pseudo-evangelist, 3 of them, Sif Wishart, leader, the ubiquitous Cleve Hicks and Levering Evans, were fully fledged parsons, the 4th, John Beck of Summit, an ex-engineer. No apparent difference in the mentality of the 4. All kindly, cultured, lovable. None wore clerical clothes and dog collar as most clergy and ministers do in England. One of the most entertaining travel companions, and one of the most liked and inspiring, was Cleve Hicks. His round, merry face, all smiles and generosity, is a proof that one can live on faith and prayer and still be free from all worry, even with no money in the bank. Cleve looks so youthful that one assumes he has only just graduated, instead of 10 years ago. Amazingly successful as a personal evangelist, he was most aptly described to me as a mischief maker for God, by the rector of Calvary. Cleve's good nature is undiscourageable, his industry indefatigable, his humor unquenchable, and his ingenuity for God incredible. And always the merry schoolboy still rejoicing in tuck, sweets, and English tea at all hours of the day and night. At the end of a long day's drive I had gone to bed in a country home in the mountains of Pennsylvania, and was just settling into sleep when Cleve's merry face stole round the door and in a loud, almost guilty whisper, he called, "Jay, would you like some tea?" The American way to an Englishman's heart. He had been rummaging in the kitchen and found a saucepan and crockery and teapot. He boiled hot water in the saucepan and brewed midnight tea in my bedroom. Whatever good thing comes his way he enjoys with the rollicking zest of his religion, enjoys it most as a means for sharing. Cleve would never have sat lonely in a Comer hugging a tuck basket to himself. I was descending in the elevator at Calvary House one afternoon when I again heard that loud, half-guilty whisper, "Jay. I found some tea." The vestry were in session. They had just had tea. But there were spare cups and plenty of surplus cake in the adjoining room. Cleve had discovered this, and he wanted company to share his good fortune. I shared while he went upstairs to find another friend, Sif Wishart, who came creeping down to participate in the spoils. I suggested that we 3 should have confessed our theft at the group meeting that evening, and was informed that Cleve had secured permission before he distributed his invitations. Although Cleve is a successful evangelist, I can never completely dissociate him from Friar Tuck. The first day I met him he came bounding down to breakfast, saw a tempting morsel near his plate, and asked his hostess, Marge Beck, if he could start on it. She smilingly announced that he must wait until grace had been said. "But can't I say a special grace now?" queried the former Harvard chaplain, unabashed. We were nearly 200 miles away by lunchtime, and hungry with the journey. There were 7 of us to lunch, and a smallish pie came in. Cleve regarded it with apprehension. "Is that all you've got?" he demanded, while everybody roared. Sif's attractive wife produced another pie, and Cleve was content. At one Thursday night group meeting in Calvary I heard Cleve Hicks tell the story of how Sam had first intrigued him with his wonderful narratives of men and women who had been won for God. To capture men alive for Christ. That had become his motto, and he is capturing them alive almost every week. He told of his experiences in South Africa, of how he had attended a quiet time held in the cabinet room of the government and of the unceasing fun and adventure and zest of letting God run your life as he wished to run it. Trusting to God for everything was not a worrying, but a stimulating thing to do, he proclaimed, adding that if God let you down you were finished. But God never lets you down. Cleve's round, beaming face and well-nourished body confirmed his words as he smiled around. Inseparable from Cleve Hicks is Sif Wishart, who led our team round the southern states. To watch that fellow firm up and move forward in discipline since he came into the group, says Sam Shoemaker, is an inspiration. He has developed a knife-cutting edge like steel. What a change, he says, from when he used to stroll negligently about the campus at Princeton as though he were doing the place a favor to be there. Sif is tall and handsome and greatly generous. I heard him tell the story of his contact with an Anglo-Catholic clergyman in America which had some remarkable results. At one house party he overheard this clergyman saying to another clergyman, "These fellows are getting after the clergy." Sif leaned forward and asked if some of them didn't need getting after. What do you mean? I'm a clergyman and I needed getting after. The clergyman suggested a talk. They spent most of 2 days discussing the principles of the group. Then one morning the clergyman was trying to steal away quietly when Sif Wishart encountered him and urged him to stay longer. The Derg 3 Meon stayed against his indignation. He became a good deal rattled as several others spoke to him. Cleve Hicks asked him to come and read the Bible with him. No, I won't, he snapped. Well, do you mind if I pray with you? Yes, I do. Another snap. But the upshot was he returned home changed, where, through persecution and misunderstanding and loneliness, has been started a work which has changed many lives in the town. For several months the Anglo-Catholic, the Methodist, and the Presbyterian ministers there have been holding weekly meetings to share their experiences and needs and sins. And the outcome of this new fellowship was a group dinner for 250 persons of the 3 churches, with the same number unable to secure seats. The clergyman said he was none the less an Anglo-Catholic, but his encounter with the group had made a Presbyterian tolerable. Both John Beck and Levering Evans had good stories to tell of their experiences, were convincing speakers, and lived the life. Never have I met such a quartet of happy travel companions. I soon found that the best way to discover North America was to travel south. Our first halt was at the Birmingham School for Girls, a lovely blue and white institution nestling in an area of the Alleghenies, where a group had been established. The staff entertained us, and we talked quite freely, shared our experiences, and continued on our way next morning in brilliant autumn sunshine, I still feeling a sort of tame wolf in sheep's clothing. There was then such a gulf between my colleagues' standpoint and my own. They claimed to have surrendered their wills to God, and always to seek His guidance. I believed in Christ, and thought perhaps I had been led to America. But I wasn't so sure about it, as they seemed to be about our trip, for instance. The first favorable thing about them was their unanimity of mind, they never squabbled. Once I surprised one taking another aside to discuss something dividing them, and the tiff was over immediately. They had to act thus because the group say, sin is that which keeps a man from God or from his fellow men. At Wooster, Ohio, we explored the Presbyterian College, and then, in terrific heat, took the Fiat, curveless road to Indiana. Presently we arrived in Indianapolis. Here we were welcomed by the First Presbyterian Church of the city, and entertained most hospitably by Sif Wishart's parents and brother William, who figure prominently in the medical life of America. I heard some amazing stories of the early settlers from Sif Wishart's venerable father. Though over 80, he had just performed an operation with the sure touch of a surgeon half his age. A movie was taken of this notable performance. One of his grandfathers, said Mr. Wishart Sr., had been chased in a canoe by Red Indians and shot. His body fell in the Ohio River at Pittsburgh, then called Fort Pitt, and the Indians swam out to get his scalp. A beautiful collie dog plunged in to protect his master's body, and was also killed before the Indians secured the scalp. Those were the days when men were men. But the story he told of another grandfather and his sister was still more thrilling. As boy and girl, both under 10 years old, with their mother and a baby, they had left Scotland to join their father in New York. They were aboard a sailing ship which took the usual 3 months to cross the Atlantic. The hardships of that journey were so great that mother and infant died on the voyage. At last land was sighted, and brother and sister were put ashore, but they could see no sign of their father. The girl began to weep, and the inevitable elderly stranger inquired the reason. They explained. "Did you say you were to meet your father in New York?" asked the elderly inquirer. "They were sure of it, but this is Philadelphia," announced the stranger. Their skipper, mistakenly or purposely, had deposited them at the first port he touched and made off. There were no telegraphs in those pioneering days, and all efforts to trace the father were unsuccessful. So were the efforts of the father to trace the children. The elderly stranger adopted the pair and they grew up. The Revolutionary War broke out and the young man enlisted, went through unscathed, and was being demobilized at Pittsburgh when one of the officers called him into his room and asked if his name was McGohan. The young soldier regarded the officer intently. "Then, father," he impulsively exclaimed. His great-grandson was my host at Indianapolis. It was while we were staying in Indianapolis that things began to happen which made me personally a little uncomfortable. The Presbyterian minister invited us to take his pulpit in the evening and talk frankly to his congregation on a frank subject. Not about our journey, nor the principles of the Oxford group, on which I could have put up a possible talk, but our personal experience of Jesus Christ. Though I had sat judicially by and heard this being done by Oxford undergraduates, I had no great desire to do likewise. All right perhaps for our traveling and practiced foursome. Probably they liked it. But something unusual for the pen in the Pentagon. 25 years before I had spoken in a church pulpit. During the years that followed I had been everywhere but in a pulpit. Nevertheless, during that time I had undergone a remarkable religious experience which the group would describe as an experience of Jesus Christ, and as others were standing up telling about their experiences, I could see no honest reason for dodging a possibly Christian duty. So I told the story of how before I went to Fleet Street I had been interested in Christianity, but, in the mistaken belief that I could do better as a journalist without it, I had let what I held slip overboard. Later I found myself beaten at 3 salient points: my private life, my pocket, my ambition. At one period these points converge into a crisis. In adversity, I sought consolation and also something to still an intolerable and frequently recurring ache of the spirit. That spiritual ache had been more or less constant throughout life, asserting itself at the most unexpected moments, when confronted with panoramic beauty, watching an emotional scene in a play, reading great literature, or when breaking the higher laws of the universe. Afterwards I came to know it was the natural longing of the finite for the infinite, since man's true environment is God. At this time I was a confirmed unbeliever, arguing that my brain had come to me before the Bible, and as my brain could not honestly accept the Bible, I felt I was behaving quite sensibly in disparaging religion. Then one day I thought I would read the Bible again. Just as literature. But with a mind quite open to be convinced if I read anything convincing. Critically I read through the Gospel of St. John, not knowing then that some theologians have their doubts about this non-synoptic writer. What superb journalism was that simple and solemn opening. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. He was in the world and the world was made by him and the world knew him not. Who in modem Fleet Street could open a story of such magnitude better than the simple Hebrew fisherman? Yet when I had finished reading the whole Gospel, I concluded that St. John was an unconvincing witness, a poor recorder, the gaps in his narrative would make a cub reporter blush, and an undeveloped poet. His testimony confirmed my unbelief. But I read St. John again, as a fisherman poet. How far I progressed in my second reading I do not remember, but I do know that at one stage, in some surprising manner, his words suddenly sprang to life. A bright incandescent light seemed to have been turned on in my brain. It lit up every doubt-darkened corner, completely driving away all the grim shadows of unbelief that had haunted me for years. A bright white light, soothing, cleansing, convincing. Possibly, I thought, a ray of the same light that shone about Saul on the road to Damascus. Besides dispelling, illogically perhaps, the cynicism and skepticism of years, it had a positively physical effect. There was a certain explosiveness about its manifestation which produced the same soothing result as when menthol is rubbed into an aching forehead. Once before I had felt a similar light bursting in my brain, giving unexpected relief from a long-continued worry, accompanied by the feeling that all was well, that some unseen power was watching understanding, and although I had been breaking God's laws, the benevolent unseen perfectly understood, sympathized, but completely disapproved. Having those two experiences in mind, I was naturally interested to read the following in a New York evening newspaper when I returned from the tour with the Oxford group team. Readers who follow John Masefield will find a little essay bound up in covers called Poetry. It was originally an address, and can be read in a quarter of an hour. In it Mr. Masefield defines poetry as an inner illumination, a certain ecstasy of understanding, a flash which comes when the poet communes with the source of all life outside of himself, the supreme being of the universe. After describing Shakespeare, Dante, Aeschylus, and Homer, Mr. Masefield writes, "Brave, proud, gentle and blind alike had access to an illumination which came within their beings, as sunlight comes within the sea. I believe that this illumination exists externally and that all may know it in some measure, by effort or through grace. Those who deny it can never have felt it. It is so intense that, compared with it, no other sensation seems to exist or to be real. It is so bright that all else seems to be shadow. It is so penetrating that in it the littlest things, the grain of sand, the flower of a weed, or the plume upon a moth's wing, are evidences of the depth and beauty and unity of life." The writer in the New York World Telegram who quoted this made the skeptical comment, "Such definitions interest me chiefly for the manner in which they are spoken." On the way we were continually hearing echoes of the changed lives resulting from activities of the groups in the South. When driving me across Indianapolis, a captain of the National Guard, with no special use for religion, was most enthusiastic about the work done by the group when they swept through Louisville in the spring. The southern states had been opened in the previous year through the initial activities of Levering Evans, grandson of Joshua Levering, one of the four in my team. Levering went down to Louisville, made contacts there with strategic people, and then Ray Purdy and a small band of fervent men and women in the group followed to prepare the way for a still bigger effort. This is how the editor of a local newspaper caustically described the situation in Louisville about that time. In the spring of 1931, Louisville was nursing wounds that cut deep, fatally in some cases, and from which few were exempt. Men and women of all degrees and stations, white and colored, had about reached the uttermost depths of disillusion and were tumbling down the last rungs of the ladder of their descent. Their morale was worse than shattered, their reserves of courage as dissipated as their reserves of cash. They believed, in the successive, cumulative blows which assailed their well-being and bruised their self-esteem, that, granted all men were fools and some of them knaves, none were so foolish and few as rascally as those who, with no profit to themselves, had led them into the morass and left them there. Seeking a way out, craving leadership, avid of plans of betterment concrete and not empty, all they encountered were the snarling conflict of ambitions, of angers, of rancor unappeased. A personal feud had ruined great institutions, closed banks, precipitated a general bankruptcy. And still its fury raged careless of all save only the satisfaction of a private vengeance. The guidance came to the Oxford group that a strong team should be sent into Louisville, where the conditions were symptomatic of the national emergency. Invitations to join the team were sent to a good many people, one to myself in England. According to Sam Shoemaker, 90 of them came. They ranged from wealthy society people to tradesmen and students. There was a Scots woman who had run for Parliament at home and who had travelled to America for this series of meetings, and an Oxford student. There was a distinguished minister, for many years a missionary in China. There was a young married couple from Rhode Island whose lives and home had been completely changed by the message 3 years before. There was a young Episcopal clergyman who had a perfect genius for winning the confidence of boys and helping them to understand how Christ could aid them with their problems. There was a New York woman with a European title whose whole existence had been remade through finding that an old friend of her husband had been brought to Christ through the group. Pentecost saw no mother crowd in its human composition, and they met with one accord in one place. Each had somewhere arrived at a decision for Jesus Christ in surrender, carried through the early stages of learning to live by guidance from God, helped to win others for Christ, and learned the price and the necessity of full sharing fellowship with like-minded Christians. This means that there were 90 people ready to function as a phalanx under God's Holy Spirit. There was a human leader, Ray Purdy, but he could not possibly have carried the details of all the hours in the day of all the workers who were there. Yet there was not a single bit of individual sharpshooting, we worked almost like one person, because unity was there at the beginning. Noiselessly the members of this group slipped into town by train and car. A church sexton in New York took several in his car and witnessed with great power in the meetings, some were quartered with families, some stayed in hotels. There were daily groups for special interests, one for business men, one for women, one for girls, one for boys, one for younger married women, and one for ministers, each was led by someone belonging to his particular group. There was daily Bible study. In the evenings we gathered for a united meeting. This began with 300 and ended with 2,500. The theme was not preaching nor exhorting, but simple individual witness to what Christ had done. As a result, family tangles were unsnarled, personal problems were solved, hundreds of people found a new power in Christ. The level of confidence in that city, depressed by the business slump, was enormously lifted. A wonderful atmosphere remained behind when this group of 90, mostly lay evangelists, left the stricken city. It persisted during our own visit as a flying team, for Louisville, Kentucky, was our next stop. News of our arrival spread quickly. Brown's Hotel placed a meeting room at our free disposal. The Women's Prayer Committee of the Presbyterian Church, a strong organization, meeting again that morning after vacation, turned themselves into an impromptu group meeting. There were many interesting witnessings from men and women whose lives had been changed in the spring. A social leader of the city was one of the most telling speakers. Once set on having a good time, she was now leading a group. We were offered true Southern hospitality at Louisville, beginning with a wonderful first evening picnic at Niddy Yuma, on the foothills above the Ohio River, and continuing until the last morning. That first picnic is unforgettable. Dusk is approaching as we arrive. We plunge into a large open-air swimming pool and reduce our temperatures from torrid to temperate. As we come merrily out, we observe the picnic preparing, a welcome campfire, under maple trees and mock oranges, at which is grilling a vast joint cut from the side of an ox. Sandwiches are prepared, corn is cooked on the cob, pies arrive in plenty and variety. And meanwhile the red sun curves down a mulberry sky behind the Ohio, while above him, so new as to be but faintly visible, is a baby moon, thin and crinkled at the edges, a pale papoose trailing his red Indian father to his happy hunting grounds across the river, where real red Indians used to disport not 100 years ago. Southern stories. Southern games around the campfire, with benzene flares in the trees, and perhaps rattlers in the undergrowth, and always the ghosts of red Indians stealing around, harmlessly lifting our scalps. On again. We moved so fast, and covered so many towns and meetings in such hectic temperatures, that we felt ourselves a sort of Halley's Comet, almost responsible for the baby heat wave accompanying us. Everywhere we were received with double warmth, and our message was heard with kindly interest. At one important coeducational institution, Berea College, where students earn their education by manual labor, we were invited to address the staff, and the silence was so pronounced that Cleve Hicks, who led the meeting, and others in the team, felt the message had misfired, especially when he said, "We are just playing a little game of truth among ourselves." Only when the meeting broke up, and we were conversing with the head and members of his staff, did we appreciate the depth of interest awakened by our simple attempt to revive a first-century Christian fellowship in a modern civilization. Before reaching Berea, we halted at Danville, and received a hearty greeting from the president of the college there. Then a thrilling drive through southern Kentucky, with its memories of Daniel Boone, past a replica of the old fortress against Indians at Harrodsburg, thence through the famed Cumberland Gap into Tennessee, shaving a comber from Virginia as we dropped into North Carolina to stop at Asheville, the city of the skies, which is really the Old English watering place of Bath, and Beau Nash, planned on a more majestic scale. At Asheville again we were on the trail blazed by the Oxford group. A picked team had visited this town in the previous autumn, and another in the spring, and found much the same conditions existing as in Louisville. The arrival of the first team was dramatic, as it synchronized with the suicide of the mayor and the closing down of banks. The results were not so astonishing as in Kentucky, but were again extraordinarily interesting, especially among people in key positions. We assembled at Battery Park Hotel, the highest point in the basin, ringed with fine mountains, dominated by the Peak of Pisgah. And here we effected a junction with another team from Washington, which included the Revs. Norman Schwab, Howard Blake, Al Campbell, Al Capone, we called him, and Mr. Eugene Sheely. Dr. Elias, of the Methodist Church, welcomed us to Asheville. The city group, meeting the same evening in the hotel, provided an occasion for sharing spiritual experiences. The witnessing was impressive, the joy of religion and zeal for evangelism were abundantly manifest. Sif Wishart and I spoke on the radio to North Carolina the next morning, which was Sunday, and in the evening there was a large group meeting in Trinity Episcopal Church, followed by informal conversations which continued until late. A feature of this gathering was the presence of lads who had previously come under the influence of the group, and especially of Cleve Hicks, and were continuing steadfast. Asheville to Jonesboro, in North Carolina, to an experience different, but none the less delightful. Jonesboro is a village on the byway, in the center of cotton fields. It has a white Presbyterian church, old, stately, colonial, which had not housed the presbytery for half a century, and was then being used for the annual 2-days assembly, presided over by the moderator. Outside, under the trees, was a long, improvised table of wire netting on which I dozed in the torrid heat. The meetings inside began early, and continued until late in the evening. At lunchtime the open-air table under the trees was loaded with cold delicacies, not forgetting the fried chicken of the South. The pent-up hospitality of half a century seemed to concentrate itself on that loaded table. Under 2 nearby trees a pair of water tubs provided a constant stream of ice water for the thirsty assembly. The cotton was white in the fields around, the community was eager for the message. 2 astonishing days were passed among the kindest Christian folk, in a shade temperature topping a century. And now the party divided, one group returning to New York, the other, including the writer, continuing, with the Reverend Howard Blake in charge, to Washington, where we met the group in the Capitol, heard how they had passed their vacation, and their plans for the winter. Here a group hostel is being capably run by a wonderful lady, the mother of the Reverend Howard Blake. Here, too, a successful house party was held in May, 1932, with Frank in charge of a visiting team from England. The next Sunday, a 2-hours run over to Baltimore, where the reconstructed team gave witness in a Baptist church, after which the pastor impressively asked what would be the verdict on the power of Christianity of any fair-minded jury who had heard us. Halfway through the tour I complained that life of such spiritual intensity as we led was too strenuous for an ordinary journalist. "Don't worry, you are just being stretched," I was told. Perhaps he was right. We returned to New York, to meditate on the unusual experience, and still only 3 parts convinced, though I had seen, in a number of states in the Union, groups of changed men and women who were living new and happy lives. And most of these had been educated in the universities, men and women with brains trained to test the things they saw and heard. Chapter 13. Bill Pickle. During my American travels with the group I was constantly hearing the comic name Bill Pickle in relation to some marvelous work that Frank had done at Pennsylvania State College, following his vital experience in a Cumberland church. I intended to run over to the college to meet the famous Bill Pickle, but was prevented by circumstances. So I induced Frank to tell me the whole story in his own inimitable way with the fullest details, for it is something of a spiritual classic. A rollicking story, it captivates all sorts, pagans as well as Christians. Frank started and established the group in Oxford by telling a series of stories such as this and inspiring others to do the same. Frank is a born raconteur. His aim is to inculcate principle while keeping his narrative as bright and human as possible. Principle with interest. One of the forces in the religious world, John R. Mott, invited Frank to take charge of the religious education in Penn State at the time when there was a difference between the staff and the students, who did not seem to understand each other. The atmosphere was antagonistic, suggestive of those student strikes which have since developed in many parts of the world, Bucharest, Santiago, Germany, China, America. The life of the students reflected the godlessness of the place. There was a great deal of drinking. There were 19 drinking parties in progress on the night of Frank's arrival. So much drink was consumed that the proverbial battleship might have been floated on it. The man who supplied the drink is the hero of the story, boasting the priceless name of Bill Pickle, a bootlegger, employed by a local doctor by day and by the students by night. Frank used to see Bill's stealthy figure sneaking about the spiral staircases leading to the students' rooms at all hours of dark nights, a Deadwood Dick in university life. At these times, of course, all the faculty were in bed, only Bill and the students were awake and merry. Bill is the son of a colonel. He has a strong, stocky figure, a terrible walrus mustache, and looks a roaring pirate. Bill soon knew of Frank's arrival, and expressed immediate dislike of him. He published abroad his desire to knife Frank, but usually darted into a side alley when there was a chance of an encounter. Frank surveyed his difficult new job. To turn this college Godwards, there was the problem. The solution, if he could find it, would be a miracle. He sought direction, and the names of 3 men came to him. Later these 3 proved to be the strategic points in changing that college. They were, 1. Bill Pickle the bootlegger. 2. A cultured and popular graduate student possessing every physical grace and charm. 3. The college dean, a frank agnostic, whose wife was an earnest Christian. The graduate student brought a letter of introduction to Frank which disclosed that he was the son of a Supreme Court judge and grandson of a state governor. He seemed to be clever, but dissatisfied. Frank felt that this handsome and influential youth should be approached with intelligent restraint and nonchalant reserve. They became friendly. The student frequently visited Frank's house, and showed his fondness for the Southern cooking, including the inevitable fried chicken and beaten biscuits for breakfast. Often they would ride together, but for a long time Frank said nothing about the things that meant most to him. Meanwhile the student was getting more interested and pleased with the atmosphere that Frank radiated. One sleety day, when the streets were slippery with ice, and the rain was frozen on the telegraph wires, the student came into his room and said, "Let's ride." Frank said, "All right," although concerned for the horses' legs, feeling they could not possibly venture out. For 15 miles they walked their horses in the cold, biting wind, and then settled into a hostelry for a good dinner, followed by much hot coffee over the fire. The driving wind had made them drowsy. They retired and would soon have been asleep, had the coffee not begun to act. Frank heard the clock strike 11, 12, 1, 2, when his friend said, "Are you asleep?" "No." "Would you like to talk?" "Yes." "What about?" "Will you tell me what Christ means to you?" At last Frank's chance had come. He had played his cards right. They talked on and on for several hours, when finally the student said, "I'm not going to be a Christian." "Who asked you?" rejoined Frank. "You didn't. I know you're much too prudent to push religion down anyone's throat." Then Frank asked him what he believed. "Confucius," came the unusual answer. "Wonderful," said Frank, deciding to humor him. "Tell me about Confucius." Frank says his friend did not seem to know much on that subject. But Frank had been to China, and knew that Confucius said he could tell people how to be righteous, but he hadn't the power to make them righteous. Moreover, he had been to Confucius' grave, and been entertained at tea by the 76th descendant of the Chinese sage and seen the 77th descendant on the day when he had to wear fur coats because of the cold. But Frank's principle is, argument is not profitable, but possession is. So I said to him, "Try your Confucianism on a chicken thief, who is a friend of mine, his wife and 5 children, and see how it works." The student agreed. He gave money to the chicken thief's wife, who washed herself thin over the wash tub, more money to keep the eldest daughter off the streets, paid for picnics for Elizabeth, Robert and Danny the dwarf, a town delivery boy. Recently Frank was at Danny's grave. He died a beautiful Christian. The student spoke to the chicken thief himself, but to no purpose. This worthy soon found himself in jail for catching chickens by the neat method of pressing a sponge soaked in chloroform under their beaks, and whisking them noiselessly away when stupefied. He was accompanied by one of his sons, who worked with him. And for 2 months the student worked with the family, read to them, gave them money and treats, and tried to behave as their true Confucian friend. At the end of that time he came to Frank in utter despair and said, "I give it up. The more I give them the more they want." The reason being, says Frank, that he was trying to solve the whole problem of social service without Christ, and treating the immediate surface conditions without touching the root cause. And now the Confucian said he was willing to try Frank's plan. "What is my plan?" "I suppose you pray about it." So Frank suggested that, since he had been unsuccessful with the chicken thief, now in prison, they try praying for Bill Pickle the bootlegger, who who was free and very much alive. The student readily agreed. "Very well, you pray," said Frank, still believing in getting other people to do the praying whenever possible. The student prayed, "O God, if there be a God, help us to change Bill Pickle, Mrs. Pickle, and all the little pickles." An unorthodox prayer. But this unorthodox prayer soon brought an answer. The next day was a holiday, and Bill went away to play baseball with a team which he managed. That evening the Confucian and Frank were on their way to dine with the Chinese minister when, passing through the town, they saw Bill celebrating the victory of his team by challenging everybody to fight. He had consumed much liquor. "There's Bill," whispered the Confucian. "I see him," said Frank, as though having no time to waste. The student protested, "We've been praying for him. Now let's do something." "All right. You do it." "No chance. You do it." When Frank reaches this point in the story, he injects a I-62 for sinners only little principle by asking, "What would you do in this situation?" Here was the problem of the wife and the drunken husband. He once asked this question of a Chinese friend, who said, "Approach him from his blind side." Fearing that the muscular Bill would regard him as the heaven-sent answer to his challenge to fight, and that, possessing a good-sized nose, he might lose the round, Frank approached Bill from his blind side, putting a firm hand on his biceps as a measure of protection. What should he do next? The thought flashed, "Give him the deepest message you've got." "I looked him straight in the eye," says Frank, and whispered, "Bill, we've been praying for you." To his surprise, Bill melted. The fight went clean out of him. Tears came. He pointed to a church. "See that church over there?" "Yes, Bill. I was there when the cornerstone was laid. There's a penny of mine under it." There seemed to come before Bill at that instant a memory of his home and his early associations through the perspective of his ill-spent years. "Do you know, I had a good mother and used to be happy once." Frank was glad to hear it, followed up his advantage and introduced the Confucian. "Here's my friend. He's praying for you too. That's decent of him. He's a gentleman." Whereupon Bill invited them both to call on him at any time at his house on the hill, which a student wag, adapting the name of a famous preserve, had appropriately christened Heinz Heights. "Any time's no time, Bill," said Frank, pressing his advantage further. "Make it some time. Then come next Thursday night at 7. As no real duties in life conflict, according to Frank, the two went on to their dinner with the Chinese minister. Thursday night came, and the two went up to see Bill in his unpainted house on the top of Heinz Heights. Anticipating them, Bill had also anticipated his customary Saturday shave by a few days. When they arrived, all the neighbors, invisible themselves, were out gazing at the visitors through the fences, assured they had come to change the redoubtable Bill, who was now ill at ease, as most people are when they think another has come to convert them. But as they talked of little besides the weather, and said nothing about religion, Bill lost his self-consciousness, and they parted good friends. The bootlegger was able to go straight out and boast to his neighbors that they hadn't changed him. Nevertheless, Bill's spiritual appetite was whetted. He developed a deep hunger for fellowship with the two friends who were praying for him. Bill knew a good deal about many things besides liquor, and all there was to be known about horses. One day the Confucian took him to see a horse show on the college grounds. They spent all the afternoon talking horses, and Bill voted it to be his best afternoon ever. To think that a young gentleman should spend all the afternoon with him talking about horses. Meanwhile a remarkable change was being effected in the young Confucian. Bill's new attitude suggested to him that God was really answering prayer, and so when he prayed he left out the proviso, "If there be a God," from his invocation. The following Sunday a bishop arrived at Penn State and 900 students turned up to hear him. During the meeting he inquired of Frank if he should ask the students to make a decision. Had the bishop asked him outside, he would have said, "Decidedly not, as a state school, it is not a Christian institution." In those days Frank's idea of the Holy Spirit was limited to a kind of 5x8 picture, and he did not expect him to be very active at a meeting addressed so formally. Nevertheless, the bishop went ahead, and the unexpected happened. After the usual tense silence, the first person on his feet to announce the surrender of his life to Christ was the young Confucian. As he was the most popular man in the college, this created a stir, and one could feel the whispered surprise circulating round the building as his example was followed by 80 others. Frank's comment on this situation is that a great many people would feel this was the end of a successful meeting. That was where the old evangelism sometimes collapsed. The changed student came to Frank after that meeting and said he didn't know and writing about the Bible, prayer or winning people. What suggestion had he to make? "We will spend the summer together," replied Frank. So they went riding through the great national parks of America, a peripatetic school of Christian development. On the way home they stopped at New York, where Frank bought a fine new beaver hat, unusually expensive for him. He was wearing this magnificent hat on the night of his return when he met Bill Pickle, who immediately showed that he liked the hat as much as its owner did. Instead of greeting Frank and inquiring as to how he had spent the summer holiday, Bill walked silently and admiringly round him. "Where did you get that hat?" he demanded. Smiling, Frank told him. "How much did you pay for it?" Ashamed, Frank told him. Bill observed that he could keep his family for a week on the price of that hat, adding that he would do anything for one like it. Frank was on the spot for the opportunity. "The hat's yours." "Bill, on one condition." "What's that?" Bill waited, breathless. "That you go with me and a few others to a big student convention at Toronto." Of course Bill was delighted to do that. He would go at once and get leave of absence. "There you are." "Bill," said Frank, handing him the prize. Bill strutted away with the coveted hat on his head. Next morning Frank saw Bill in his doorway. "Can't go," said Bill dismally. "Too bad." "Why's that?" "Nothing to put my clothes in," said Bill sheepishly. Evidently this was one of the no's that meant yes. Frank offered Bill a bag, which he refused, saying the people on the hill would see to that. Presently the dean arrived and said, "I hear you are going to take Bill to Toronto." "Yes," said Frank, not knowing what frame of mind the dean was in, and thinking he would be regarded as not a fool for Christ's sake, but merely foolish. But the dean was in favor. Bill's daughter was a maid in his house, where, said the dean, his wife did the praying for the family. This excursion of Bill's he believed to be an answer to his wife's prayers. He thought a miracle was impending. As he left, the dean asked, "Who's going to pay for the journey?" "I shall," said Frank. But the dean insisted on paying. "Do you think the other fellows will object to Bill and the team?" Frank thought not, and the next morning the party of 19, including Bill, left for Toronto. Bill's wife and most of his 12 children were at the station in full war paint to see him off. The occasion was impressive. So was Bill's attire. He wore the beaver hat, leggings, and a stock tie which made Frank think of a poodle's legs crossed. He carried a little cheap bag made of alligator skin containing the few articles he needed for the journey. What were Bill's motives in going to Toronto? Asked Frank. Of course, one motive was the hat. Then he had heard that the liquor was good in Toronto. The trip was another attraction. And the good fellowship. All natural reasons. There was a fifth reason which Frank discovered later. Bill was longing for a fur overcoat to match the beaver hat, and somehow expecting that to come his way in Toronto. Frank tried to make Bill feel at home on the first stage of the railway journey, and suggested that he must have something to eat. For some odd reason, Bill seemed against food, and told Frank not to be extravagant when he saw him taking a cup of coffee and a bun. Bill was planning how to get a drink when they arrived at the first junction. His eager eye looked over the party of 17, at last alighting on one to whom Bill used to sell liquor. "There's Bonehead," thought Bill. "I know he's thirsty." When Bill saw Frank was busy with the tickets, he decided to follow Bonehead. The latter, true to Bill's surmise, made straight for the swinging doors. He saw there was a bar only and no dining room, the place he really sought. "This is no place for us," said Bonehead. Bill thought exactly the opposite, and said so. But Bonehead resisted, and through that resistance, said Bill later, he laid the foundation stone of Bill's Christian life. For if Bill had taken one drink, he would have required many others to quench that particular trained thirst he had developed. He consumed a heavy lunch, and the party started safely on their way again, the bootlegger now firmly convinced that it was no use planning for himself, because everybody had their eyes on him. Here Frank comments that Bill's awakened conscience was at work. The evening meal was served in the dining car, and one of the party, a former agnostic, suggested to Frank that he thank God for the food. "All right. Go ahead," said Frank. Here Bill suddenly intervened. "What's the matter this time, Bill? That fellow," pointing to the former agnostic, "has spoiled my dinner." At first Frank thought he meant the colored waiter, but Bill insisted that it was the man who had said grace. He didn't bargain for that sort of thing on a college party. It recalled his early home, and it took away his appetite. Bill jibbed again later when they reached Niagara Falls and he found they were going to spend the night in a temperance hotel. Of all places. The bootlegger was told that it would be less expensive, but he shrewdly doubted. How could a hotel keeper make his place pay without a bar? He must get his expenses somehow. Besides, what would his fellow bootleggers say if they heard he had slept in a temperance hotel? Frank humored him, took him up to his room and showed him how to operate a folding bed, of which he was also chary at first. "Now, do you want a bath?" The bootlegger's walrus mustache supported the glare in his eyes. "What? In the winter time? Why not? Do you want me to catch my death cold?" "No, Bill. Don't you know we sew up down our way in November and don't unsew again until March?" Still a little suspicious of the folding bed, Bill tucked himself in for the night, when Frank, coming in again, told him he had forgotten something. Bill searched under his pillow for his watch and money and then demanded, "What?" "Prayers. I can't do them things. You come out and I'll help you." Weak in this form of exercise through long disuse, and suffering from temporary ague, the bootlegger came out of his folding bed and knelt down in his nightshirt. "You begin," said Bill. "Our Father," began Frank. "Our Father," followed Bill. "Who art in heaven," continued Frank. "Who art in heaven," continued Bill, and then stopped his mentor with, "I used to know that." "All right. Go ahead." "No, you go ahead. I'll follow after." And so they went through the Lord's Prayer, after which Bill re-entered his folding bed sighing hugely as though to say, "It's hard work living with these Christians." Next morning they started again for Toronto. The porter was carrying the luggage when Frank saw the bags of the ex-Confucian plastered with labels of the Niagara Falls Temperance Hotel. There were at least 5 of them on the handle, and crowds elsewhere. The student had been one of Bill's best customers. He turned to Frank and asked if he had done that. Frank said, "No," and smiled. Bill was playing possum grandly. Presently Bill owned up. They had reached a point of contact when Bill felt so much at ease that he could play with them. The first wall which separated Bill from the classes was breaking down. They had settled themselves in a Toronto hotel when the time came for the first meeting of the convention, but Bill didn't think he would go. "What are you going to do?" Bill thought he'd like to go and look at the fur shops. Perhaps he could find something to match the hat. The additional motive that had brought Bill to Toronto was now clearly revealed. Frank said Bill must go to the meeting, cajoling him with the news that the Governor-General and 6,000 people would be present. Bill replied that the governor came sometimes to Pennsylvania State College, and he wasn't any more interested in him than he in Bill. Presently he agreed, on condition they sat in the rear seat. Arrived in the hall. Bill showed no signs of interest in the meeting save to count the number of people present. Not unlike a great many churchgoers, who prefer to figure out the profits of the week while waiting for the service to end, says Frank. But Bill's attention was quickly arrested when the second speaker came along, a colored man, who, according to Bill, was so black that charcoal would make a white mark on him. All the time he was speaking, Bill was nodding in agreement or registering violent disagreement, to the amusement of everyone around him. But Bill was blissfully unmindful of anyone save the colored man, who was hitting him between the eyes with every shot. Afterwards he accused Frank of taking him there specially to hear the colored man, and of telling the speaker about him. Nevertheless, he rather liked that sort of speaker. A group meeting held later in their hotel added to Bill's reviving interest in religion, especially the story told by a football player of how a foster child had disowned his foster parents, which somehow greatly moved the bootlegger. When this man had finished, Bill jumped up like a shot from a gun, as Frank puts it, and announced that he wanted to say something. "Go ahead, Bill." "It's a free country," observed Frank, not knowing what on earth Bill would do next. Speaking with great solemnity, Bill announced, "I'm an old man of 62, and I've decided to change my life. I have grandchildren, and I can't bear to think of them turning on their grandfather like that foster child I've just been hearing about, because all my life I've been disobedient to my heavenly Father." After that outburst Bill went out of the room, beckoning Frank to follow him. "For what?" asks Frank. Bill desired his help in writing a letter to his wife and son, as he wanted them to know at once of his determination to change his life. From that time onwards Bill developed amazingly. He became one of the great figures of the convention, one of those miracles which make conventions occasionally interesting and memorable. After a strenuous week they returned to the college, but when they reached the junction were met by a liquor missionary supported by a pair of Bill's old-time friends, 2-quart bottles of liquor. Bill's old associates, finding it impossible to believe that he had changed his way of life, for the news had flared through the town, had brought 2 bottles of the choicest for his benefit. As Frank saw the tempter surreptitiously handing Bill the bottle, his heart wobbled. As Bill let it slip through his fingers, he gave a great sigh of relief. It smashed on the pavement. The next attempt was more subtle. The liquor missionary unstoppered the second bottle and held it under Bill's nose so that he could savor the old familiar bouquet. This time Bill gave a swift tap on the missionary's wrist, and again a bottle of the best was smashed to smithereens. Bill's change and Bill's resistance to the tempter were the talk of the town for a long time to come. Would this astonishing miracle last? Even the clergy weren't enthusiastic in believing that it would. One told Frank that he did not want Bill in his church. "Don't worry," said Frank. "He likes a church where he can take part and talk back if necessary and say an occasional amen or hallelujah." On the next Monday, which Bill was to spend with Frank, he came in looking very aggrieved. "Heard what's happened?" he growled. Frank tried to wave the question aside, for gossip had already brought a whisper of trouble. "They won't have me in church," stormed Bill. Frank felt he had been stabbed. Now surely Bill would not be able to hold out. "Don't worry, Bill," he soothed, thinking hard. "I'm not," said Bill, and then suddenly announced, "We've got a church of our own all planned. We want you to take charge of it." Here Bill produced a list of 19 men, mostly his old bootlegger friends, whom he had already collected under his new Christian banner. They were to be the nucleus of a new church to meet in the old porter's lodge. Frank is still in possession of that treasured list. Before consenting to be the minister, Frank said that Bill must find out from the others what they wanted him to speak about. "Don't worry," said Bill. "We've thought of that. Well, what is it?" "The Apostles' Creed. Of all subjects for a bootlegger to choose." And so, Saturday night after Saturday night, Frank met with Bill the bootlegger and his old associates, one of whom was once so accomplished a swearer that one could almost smell the sulfur. Saturday night was chosen to avoid conflict with church services. Everything went well with the Apostles' Creed talks until Frank came to the part about Christ going down into hell, at which Bill jumped up and suddenly interposed, "I've believed everything so far, but that's too much." Apparently the preacher had overstepped himself. For a time Frank and Bill cogitated on a way out, until at last Frank said, "Well, how do you explain it?" "I don't know," said Bill, "I guess he went down there to clean things up." That answer satisfied everybody. Peace again. They proceeded. But the upshot of those Saturday nights was that all attending eventually became forces in the church life of the district, including Bill, who grew into a good Wesleyan Methodist, and occasionally turns up at one of Frank's house parties to confirm all the details as Frank narrates the true story of the change in Bill Pickle the bootlegger. The miracle of Bill's changed life, and the changed lives of his family and friends which followed, became a standing witness to the professors and the graduates who were in the habit of returning yearly to celebrate the liquor they once received in the college from the hands of Bill. But Bill now refused to grace their parties if they had liquor. As they preferred an interesting character, even to the exclusion of the liquor, they fell in with Bill's new ideas, and so Bill appeared and told his old-time stories with a new zest and a new restraint, on a new plane. Bill still treasures the hat which he earned at Toronto, and though he has retired from work, he is over 80, he still remembers the mighty movement of the Spirit of God which spread throughout the college and other colleges that season when he was changed. Not only were Bill Pickle and the Confucian and the Dean, the three strategic points of that college, transformed through personal evangelism, but before Frank left there were over 1,200 men in voluntary Bible study. Thus, after 3 years' work, it was no longer good form to have drink-ing parties. Athletics improved and there were winning teams. The scholarship, too, improved, and a new relation between faculty and students changed the old-time factional spirit of the campus. The change in Bill's family life was equally marvelous. "What a dinner Bill's wife used to cook for the reformed bootlegger and their children," exclaims Frank. Most significant fact of all was the improvement in the college discipline. So radical was the change that the salary of an extra-disciplinary dean was saved, and Bill, the ex-bootlegger who knew everybody, was given a seat on certain disciplinary committees, for maintaining order. Chapter 14. The Calvary Miracle. I had heard from Garrett Steerley and read so much about Calvary Church and its dynamic rector, the Reverend Samuel M. Shoemaker, Jr., that I was eager to see what both were like. I knew that Sam Shoemaker was one of Frank's early captures in China, and that after he had come to Calvary he had begun to make things hum in the middle of Manhattan. I knew that he had started a running spiritual fire in the lives of an ever-increasing number of people drawn from all parts of New York and environs, who had discovered that a workable religion was being preached in practical sincerity in Calvary, that God did not always stand aside and watch, but really entered churches and human beings, and guided and helped all those who had the wisdom and courage to fulfill his conditions, that in the first 2 years of Sam's ministry the congregation had increased by about 200%, although the rector protests that he is not out to fill churches, but to fill people. My attention was first directed to the old brownstone Church of Calvary at the intersection of 4th Avenue and 2 East Street by a smallish cross hanging low over the pavement, illuminated by white bulbs. The church is large and darkening with age, perfectly merging in the faded grandeur of Gramercy Park, once the fashionable quarter, but now flanked by smart apartment houses. As in all Gothic churches, there are high pillars. The pews are a deep brown, and comfortably crowded on Sunday mornings when the rector is preaching. I have seen over 300 at Holy Communion after Matins. In the stained-glass windows there are a few figures, and more are coming from Cardinal Newman's old church at Littlemore near Oxford. The chancel is smallish and friendly, flanked on the north by a tiny chapel and on the south by a baptismal font of white marble. The man who designed the organ had a fine eye for symmetry, as the array of gilded pipes over the chapel and the font is exceptionally pleasing. The altar is small and plain. There is a life-size statue of Christ in white shepherd's robe, hands outstretched, as though beckoning all to come unto him. A ruby-red cross in the stained window above the white figure of Christ gives the chancel a picturesque dignity. As the fine old organ peals, the mixed choir emerges from the vestry, led by the women choristers, wearing becoming skull caps of black velvet and white surplices. Black cassocks are worn under their surplices by the men. The choir moves processionally towards the entrance and then up the central aisle to the choir stalls, with the clergy following in vestments and Princeton hoods of black and orange. Although the church is mellow and darkening with age, save at the altar, the congregation is invariably bright and friendly, always ready to be helpful. Some great sermons, preached in the pulpit of Calvary Church, have circulated throughout the world. Sam is one of those powerful and convincing preachers who doesn't know it. He is still mystified as to what constitutes a successful preacher in New York. He names some who have come to the city with great reputations, but the congregations have faded away. Others have sprung up and preached the usual discourses with nothing remarkable about them, and their churches have been crowded. The rector of Calvary prepares his sermon carefully, and then spends a couple of hours on Sunday morning finally familiarizing himself with it. He knows that the pulpit is not the only place of inspiration. I have heard him preach many good sermons on striking themes. The one on "Ye Serve the Lord Christ" was particularly notable, and so was the one on "The Modem Prophet," and a third on "The Surrender of Saul." The sermon that made the deepest impression when I was around Calvary was entitled "The Romance of Real Religion." That sermon is still discussed, especially by a young Oxonian who was inspired to a changed life while listening. It was some weeks before I met Sam Shoemaker, for he was on holiday when I arrived. It was longer before I saw Sam full face. Whenever I looked at him squarely, my gaze was irresistibly drawn straight to those magnetic eyes of his, those eyes that are always bright and twinkling merrily, one or other closing ever and anon in that impish wink one comes to love and respect. Sam very definitely gives the lie to the saying about distance lending enchantment. From a distance he is just another curly-haired southerner, medium height, fair-haired, getting on towards middle age and pleasingly plump. In other words, not particularly uncommon. In the pulpit, omitting for the moment his sermons, there is nothing remarkably magnetic about him to whet one's curiosity. His delivery, though convincing, is undramatic, and he rattled out his words clearly, like silver bullets from a machine gun. Get near to Sam and you at once feel his magnetic personality. His happy faith and contentedness so permeate the atmosphere that you felt it unnecessary for Hoover to declare the Depression officially at an end. So cheery is he that you might be tempted to take liberties with his time and convictions were you unaware that he works about 14 hours a day, most days, although he occasionally takes a gallop in the country or plays a game of deck tennis on the roof of Calvary House for town exercise. Sam calls all those round him by their Christian names, the Calvary custom, and everybody calls him Sam, with one exception, another Frank, who is butler and general factotum of Calvary House. Frank supervises the workers who wait on the rest of the staff. He is a happy product of Calvary Mission, an Irishman who has lost much of his hair and none of his humor. The speakeasy attendant when he ultimately woke up suggested Calvary Mission. Calvary Mission reclaimed Frank, who is now a leader there. Frank keeps his quiet times regularly in the mornings, reclaims down and outs at night, and attends to multitudinous duties at Calvary House both day and night. Frank is one of the happiest men I know and is a Calvary miracle. He dotes on Sam Shoemaker, his employer, but somehow cannot bring himself to practice the group custom of calling everybody by their Christian names. He addresses his chief as Mr. Shoemaker. Sam pulls him up. Don't call me Mr. Shoemaker, Frank. Call me Sam. Yes, Mr. Shoemaker, says Frank politely, and incurably disobedient. Good-natured and kindly though Sam is, he has a strong presence and a force of personality which is suggested by a powerful jaw. It was that jaw which figuratively slipped out of joint on the occasion of Sam's first meeting with the real Frank. Sam was born in the Chesapeake country, and once, sitting in his great family pew, listened to the stories of great heroism, of violent men changed and restored, told by an evangelist working among the iron mountaineers of the far south, and vowed one day himself to become a pioneer of Christ. Later, after studying at a well-known university, he came to Europe during the war, but was confident he had been unable to touch one man vitally all that summer. On to China to the important center there maintained by his university, where he was impressed by the wonderful machinery, but depressed by the feeble output of changed men. All the workers assured him that he was doing wonderful things, but he did not believe them, although the school, the library, the classes, and the gymnasium were crowded with young Chinese. About this time Frank arrived, accompanied by his tonic band committed to changing lives. Frank was indicated to Sam as the man who was doing what Christian workers were talking about. Sam looked at Frank and disliked his associations. But stories of Frank's startling achievements with men were continually recounted to Sam, who began to speak to Frank, finding him a person worth knowing. One day he drew Frank aside and made the dangerous suggestion that he tackle a young Chinese in whom Sam was interested, giving Frank the opening for his habitual reply, "Why don't you do that?" He added, "And if you haven't got anything to give him, what's the matter?" Sam was not merely offended, he was infuriated. He went away in a towering rage. When he cooled down he realized that Frank had merely spoken the truth. Sam brooded over the talk. What use was he? Must he go on in this life as a powerless worker with nothing to give forever? So he went back to the man who had challenged him and had the matter out. He told Frank both his temptations and his sins. Once these came startlingly into the open, the position was quite clear to him. He had no overflow of power, because there was no inflow, as sin was damming him off from God. Sam's attempt to introduce intellectual difficulties had no more influence with Frank than similar attempts by a long line of changed predecessors. Sam says that might have seemed a source of weakness to some, but the fact remains that Frank was right. Frank asked Sam a bold question. What good was he? He was selfishly allowing sin to exclude him from vital consciousness of God and to make him spiritually impotent. The challenge was irresistible. Sam knew that if he took the plunge of absolute surrender it would mean a very different life for him than he intended. Instead of continuing to take a decorative and patronizing interest in religion, the association of a cultured young man with a university scheme for social welfare, it meant the real mission field everywhere for life. That night, said Sam afterwards, my sins rose straight before me like tombstones. They must all be cleared away. I saw this was a matter for my will rather than my intellect. I asked myself if I was willing, and then I thought how ridiculous I was ever to think of opposing my pygmy will to the will of God. Frank had won Sam. He surrendered, experiencing no loss of nervous energy, but sensible only of a great calm, that he had jumped a fence which for a long time he had refused to take. That night as he lay in bed there came to him a distinct voice that said, "There is no work of mine for him who is not wholly mine." Those luminous words, says Sam, were different from all other words I had ever heard, and they revealed to me what I believe to be the central truth of religion. Which really meant that in some supernatural way there had been repeated in Sam the discovery made by Frank years before, that the demand of both God and Satan is identical, the whole heart. From then onward Sam became one of the men who swung around Frank, and whom he describes as, the gayest I know, fellows who have found something worth finding. We never meet but we have a good time. This is far from the professional mirth of some religious people, it is the laughter of men who really know there is a way out for the world and are doing their best to show it to others. I heard that laughter ripple forth as Sam and I recently encountered 3 of those young men outside Calvary House. Sam made a jolly, provocative remark. They made a jolly, mutinous reply. I told him his remark would have demoralized any regiment of soldiers. But it merely increased the good feeling among them. Sam's favorite biblical quotation is, "If any man will to do his will he shall know of the doctrine." Those in the group who have experienced this mighty change claim to speak not of what they think or hope, but of what they know. They have a unified personality transcending all difficulties, giving miraculous assurance. That Calvary Church is deeply interested in helping and changing the individual is witnessed by the amazingly friendly gatherings after service at the church door, where Sam and his staff greet everybody, and where there is an interchange of friendly greetings among the congregation rarely seen in these modern days of formal worship. Sam's congregation and staff are taught that aloofness may sometimes be sinfulness, especially when other people are in need, as they mostly are, of spiritual help. Sam and his staff teach that everyone should have a real experience, a maximum experience of God, which means we are to have the same transformation as sent the apostles out after Pentecost to turn the world upside down. With the arrival of Sam, Calvary soon became the most cheerful and perhaps the most spiritual church in New York, a congregation of earnest, happy people who had found the meaning to life. It was from Frank, who taught him so much about real religion, that Sam learned never to mistake sympathy with the teaching for a genuine experience of Christ, a common error with many, and that he should be all the time emphasizing the need for change or conversion, for full surrender issuing in guidance, and for every grown child of God to found an ever-widening family of his own spiritual children. From the same source he learned how to uncover the real facts in people's lives, so helping them to peace and serenity and to becoming workers of moral miracles in others. Sam teaches his staff and congregation this essential art, in his sermons, in the group meetings, and in a special conference held annually, known as the School of Life. At the start he found the going not so easy. One wealthy old lady, having listened disapprovingly to a sermon by Sam on personal evangelism, stumped down the aisle saying she did not want to hear any more about changed men, she wanted the gospel. She expressed her indignation at this new doctrine, and declared that nobody should drive her from her family church. For a time she stayed away, and then she came back beaming, ready to carry out the new teaching. She had been talking the matter over with a ministerial relative who was on Sam's side and had persuaded her to change her view. Which goes to show how disturbing can be the doctrine to those who love to sit at ease in Zion. The charming wife of the choir master, Mrs. Bland, was one of the earliest to adopt the new basis of Christian living as taught by the new rector. She had held out for some time, and her husband held out longer. He remonstrated strongly, objecting to this church army business. It was overdoing religion and losing them all their pagan friends. But he, too, capitulated. One Sunday evening, soon after my arrival in New York, I heard the choir master, Mr. John Bland, make an announcement from the chancel to the congregation, which the rector described as the best sermon ever preached in Calvary. He was speaking on his 25th anniversary as choir master, and speaking from his heart. He recalled the days when he first came to the church, when one of the nearby hotels was known as the Church Inn because the choir were so frequently to be seen inside drinking. Then came changes, in pulpit, congregation and choir. My greatest ambition, said the choir master, was to be at the top of my profession, and in my effort I developed a lot of envy and intolerance for many musicians. I envied them because they had much more money for their choirs and were better paid than I. Intolerant, I felt they were teaching singing without the necessary groundwork and study. When my friend the present rector came to Calvary I was restless and uneasy. Always being devoted to the church in a conservative way, I felt that I was a good Christian. However, I soon came to see, from his life and the way he was helping men and women to a vital experience of Christ, that my Christian life was more or less dead. I was not helping a soul except by my music. When I fully realized my weakness, I went to my rector and told him my many shortcomings and sins. I made up my mind, by the help of God, to overcome my envy, intolerance, drinking, and gambling, and ever since that time I have had freedom, radiance, and am learning the joy of living. I have never heard such a remarkable statement as that from the choir master of a parish church. But many another rector will agree that his own choir master would be all the better for such a performance. One evening at Calvary I saw an astonishing sight for an Episcopalian church. Calvary has a rescue mission run by a remarkable superintendent named Harry Hadley. That evening Harry had brought up with him 102 men rescued by the mission from the streets of New York. Instead of a sermon these men were invited to stand in their pews and tell what contact with Christ had meant to them. If ever one was conscious of the Holy Spirit in a church service it was at that extraordinary evensong. There was no waiting. Men popped up one after the other from all points of the front rows of pews and rattled out their life stories. The pathetic tales they told of broken homes mended, of drunkenness cured, of victory over vice, of the new reign of love in lives and homes previously disordered, divided, discordant, would have melted the heart of the most complacent modern Pharisee, and at the end the invitation was given to others to come forward to the altar and dedicate their lives to the service of Christ, the mender of men. Most unique of all, there were responses. In an Episcopalian church. They walked boldly to the altar, and kneeling there dedicated their lives to God as though they were at Holy Communion, all done in simple reverence. One of the men changed at the mission was known as the Spider. He had served a number of terms in prison, but is now an ardent life-changer and a radiant saint. I spent an interesting evening exploring Chinatown and the Bowery under his genial guidance. He showed me many reminders of the old saloon days, including a hostelry that was once known as the Bucket of Blood, because its patrons, before starting their quarrels, would knock off the edge of their glasses to make them sharper for the fray. As we passed, the Spider pointed out to me the undertaker who specialized in free funerals for gangsters. The story of every live church is the story of a continuous war for spirituality. There has been no compromise in Calvary. No one pretends that the devil never enters Calvary, though the combined effort to exclude him seems to be maintained at the highest intensity humanly possible. Some of Sam's captures hold well for a few years and then drift away. Christ had the same experience. So did Paul. Demas hath forsaken me. They are good sprinters, but unwilling to stay the course. Why do they go? Sin. That is the inevitable answer. A person resolutely fighting sin gets the maximum help at Calvary. When he willingly yields to sin and desires to continue in sin, he finds Calvary a particularly uncomfortable place to visit. He is in the wrong environment. Meanwhile, the congregations continue to be large, and fresh faces are constantly seen at Calvary Church, which is becoming a powerhouse for spirituality spreading through other churches in America and Europe. The number of Englishmen seen in Calvary Church is a perpetual surprise. Sam traces the fruitage of his ministry back to that night 14 years ago when, following a heart-to-heart talk with the man he once avoided, but who read him off like a page of print, he decided to let go of self and allow God to run his life. How long from that conversation until you began to get results? I asked Sam. He slapped his knee enthusiastically. Bless my soul, I started immediately. I saw Frank on Saturday, and my first convert, the one I had spoken to Frank about, came along on the Sunday afternoon. After that I was busy with one or two fellows almost every day, and frequently there were changes. Sam smiled reminiscently as he recalled how much the work of Frank and his group had meant to foreign and Chinese leadership during that fruitful period. But those were great days in China, he said. Real converts were being made because we were out to obey God rather than men who had made the commandment of no effect through their tradition. About this time I read William James' Varieties of Religious Experience, and saw what he was arguing being actually fulfilled in the lives of Chinese turning to Christianity. What is the greatest mistake made by evangelists? I asked Sam. The rector of Calvary Church was very emphatic, the neglect to intrigue the man's imagination before moving in on his will. Sam said the same thing again with more American snap, lure is more effective than logic. I am never worried about a man who seems interested, who cannot leave us alone although he does not announce his decision. That is where some of the old-timers fell down. They started to cudgel their wits and prove their theology before they had caught the interest by their own type of life or by stories of those who were living the life. Do you ever get the modem Nicodemus calling on you by night? That we do. It occurred to me that sometimes people were driven away in anger by the bold challenge put up by the group. I asked Sam about it. He saw I was expecting a story of muscular Christianity in action, and he roared. No, I don't remember any untoward incident of that kind, he said. We are never offensive. Besides, people understand that when we talk about men's sins we are being impersonal, just as a doctor is impersonal who puts his finger on the spot that produces the pain. But wait a minute. I did see one man go off in a temper, in a worse temper than I was in when I had my first talk with Frank. He was an elderly crewman. He went white and then red as I suggested his trouble, and refused to stay longer. But came back 10 days later, said he was in a terrible mess, admitted that my diagnosis had been right, and asked me to help him. Have you ever known anyone let down who was trying to live on faith and prayer? I was thinking of the stories Sir Philip Gibbs had told me of children he saw dying from hunger in Russia, and of missionary tales of men dropping dead in China from the same cause. Never, exclaimed Sam. What I have noticed is that God comes in just in the nick of time. I have seen him try a man's faith right up to the last minute, and then I have wanted to laugh when I saw the situation clear instantly just when most desperate. Strange indeed the effect on our risible faculties of seeing God silently at work, always providing while guiding. And now for the best piece of advice that Frank ever gave you. The rector of Calvary seemed to have his answer ready. Once I asked Frank what book I should read to prepare for special work. He told me to prepare myself, as I was the great problem. He simply meant that I must learn to discipline myself, to make sure that everything was right and dean between myself, my neighbors and God. Which is the same story that everyone has to tell who encounters Frank, the man who takes nobody for granted, be he parson or prodigal. And the measure of Frank's success with either can be tested by the shine on the countenance. Sam's face shone. Chapter 15. Guidance at Work. Were the Oxford Group right? Is their teaching the world really needs? It was taking me much longer to make up my mind than it took me to discover that the movement contained a fine news story. Unquestionably, the Oxford Group aroused more initial interest than any other religious movement at work today in the world. Mention religion in the average drawing room, and people freeze or else begin to talk airily on their own religious theories, which is usually miles away from the belief and practice of their fathers. But the discussion soon peters out, as it leads nowhere. Yet introduce the subject of the Oxford Group, begin to tell some of the changes that have occurred in your own life through doing as they do, and you will assuredly get a hearing. Even if you have no story of your own to tell, you will find a ready-made audience listening eagerly to the principles of the group if they are clearly propounded. One night in New York I was taken to dine in a speakeasy. The last spare table was in the center of the gay room. Waiters were stumbling about our table most of the evening in their efforts to meet the demands of the crowded restaurant. Seated as we were behind doors locked and barred against police raids, drink flowing freely, smartly dressed women and their escorts chattering gaily, there was an artificial freedom and even friendliness about the atmosphere not often sensed in public restaurants. Our table settled down to enjoy itself when someone suddenly introduced the subject of the Oxford Group, told of how they had recaptured some of the lost radiance of the Christian religion, had learnt the art of fellowship, of living and working together, sharing their experiences and their troubles, losing their own aches through absolute and continued honesty, first with themselves and then with their associates. He spoke of a new spirit in their daily life, and their absolute surrender of everything, including their money, their fears, their sins, their time, to God. They even realized there was a difference between doing God's work and God's will, so asked God what was His will, and received an answer. He told stories which recreated in men's minds the fact of their own spiritual needs. Our waiters continued their bustling, slowed down, then disappeared. A party at the table opposite rose and left. Others followed. But the talk at our center table went merrily on, still entirely devoted to the Oxford Group and its insistence on Christianity proving itself to anyone who would try it wholeheartedly instead of half-heartedly. Presently all the tables but ours were vacated, the room swiftly emptied. And still the one last table in the center of the speakeasy was debating the Oxford Group and a return to first-century Christianity. And when the party rose, the last to leave the place, it was to be greeted with an extra charge per head, not for overstaying the time limit in a speakeasy, but because we had forgotten to order drinks. That is the kind of interest the Oxford Group invariably awakens at the start. When those who are first interested begin to realize what the teaching means in their own lives if they consent to its demand, then some opposition arises. Some hold back because of its teaching about confessing faults one to another, not realizing that, as London Hamilton says, there are few aches like the ache of working in a group of people who do not know each other, after working in a group of people who do. I believe that real fellowship in a group of people is the most challenging lack today in the whole realm of Christian living. We need to recapture the genius of fellowship. It is not enough to manage to get on together. We must learn the secret of living and working together. The price of that is absolute and continued honesty, first with ourselves and then with other people. We must be willing to share not only our time, our homes, our money, but to take down the mask and reveal our moral and spiritual struggles. There can be no enduring teamwork unless the members of the team do know each other as far as possible. We must learn to weld the team at the center so that there are no barriers between each other, nor any reservations about each other which have not been thoroughly aired. That was the greatest stumbling block to my understanding of the Oxford Group for nearly a year. At one time I had been in the habit of freely disclosing my thoughts on all subjects to anybody in social conversation. After a time I found that reacted adversely on me. Then I went to the other extreme, and became intensely secretive, with occasional outbursts of garrulity over something that could not positively injure me. And then I passed through a long period of worry and strain. Not perceiving that I was in the world for a purpose which may not have been for my immediate benefit, I resented the strain imposed, a strain which might have been lessened had I realized that the goal of life is not comfort but character, not pleasure but perfection, that we are here being perfected for a place in God's perfect state. During this period I had a conversation with one of the group leaders, who inquired if I had ever made a complete confession to another man. I resented the inquiry on the spot. I felt that if he were God-guided, as he claimed to be, that was the last question he would ask of me. Had he not read the story of Job, who, passing through difficulties not of his own creation, had then to battle with blind, well-meaning friends who were doing their worst to prove to him how blameworthy he was? Furthermore, confession was dead against the practice of my own church, except confession to God, and I had done that a number of times. I did not then fully realize that he was not interested in my past for his own curiosity, but for my benefit, because he knew there was seldom real release apart from confession. He argued that many persons had walled themselves off from God through an unwillingness to share their difficulties with their fellows. I told him that I had once been argued into believing that adult baptism was absolutely essential. Having once undergone that experience, I felt I was none the better after baptism than before. Concentration on one aspect of Christian teaching, whether it was baptism or Holy Communion or confession, threw the Christian life out of balance. Already I had told Frank one or two regrettable things about my past, which were over, apologized for and forgiven. That was good enough. I felt no better for the performance, and I felt no encouragement to delve deeper into my past in the hope of getting this elusive radiance and peace they were so keen for. Besides, I had experienced some of that joy they claimed to possess, on more than one occasion. Perhaps I had been vouchsafed a greater measure of God's Spirit than some in the group. But are you winning people? Confound Cleve Hicks for his insistence. I wasn't, and I knew that it was by their fruits true Christians were known. One thought he had let his light shine a bit sometimes. Surely that was enough. Again that relentless query about winning people. Cleve said it was only when he had gone to a man he had offended, made a deliberate sacrifice of time to do it, that he made his first capture. Well, I had done that. But I still saw no necessity for full sharing. I preferred to wait, to qualify. I had other reservations. One by one these reservations disappeared, though the objection to sharing persisted. Instead of waning, it grew as my travels with the team extended. But the sharing went on all round me. It was a change from mixing with people who were always boasting of their achievement in business or in journalism or in advertising, of beating the other fellow with a good story, by an extra advertisement, or at the 15th hole, or hearing the bad qualities of a mutual friend thoroughly exposed, as so many good sportsmen are eager to do. Furthermore, there was always the discomfort that I had a few more things up my own sleeve I could confess at a pinch. And always the consciousness that of late I had felt no certainty in my religion, none of the inner rapture which flows from the Holy Spirit. At one time, long before I met the group, that was an oft-recurring experience, especially when things were most difficult. These spiritual experiences were not always identical. Sometimes one felt as though a golden fountain were playing within. Before the white light flashed as I read the Gospel of St. John, I had been conscious of an intolerable ache which I thought no human joy could extinguish. Afterwards this sense of a golden fountain playing extinguished the ache and gave marvelous assurance of the doctrine. Still it was a long time before I came to see a link between this physico-spiritual experience, this apparent witness of the Spirit, and the mystic words of Jesus to the woman at the well, "The water that I shall give him shall be in him a well of water springing up unto everlasting life." At other times this sense of a sweet fountain playing gave place to a mystic burning and glowing equally ecstatic, marking a step forward in the Christian path and making explicable those intimate words of the disciples after seeing the risen Christ on the road to Emmaus, "Did not our hearts bum within us as he talked with us by the way?" Another spiritual experience which came to me I have not seen described in Scripture. Occasionally one seemed to feel a golden wire, of gossamer fineness, strung across one's body, which picked up a celestial melody. I had that experience when describing the principles of the group in the Toronto drawing room of a well-known Canadian minister, Dr. Powell, gifted with the grand manner. And once before I felt it when, throwing aside my many objections, I frankly shared some of the unhappiest defeats in my life with a friend in the group. So, although I had experienced no noticeable quickening from baptism or Holy Communion, I did get almost immediately a renewed sense of the Holy Spirit's burning and glowing indwelling after I had frankly shared, even though there was still more to discuss and I was still pursuing a cautious Scottish policy of not putting all my sins into one basket. Not that anyone's experience can be exactly like another's, since we may have a different spiritual pitch, and those of my type evidently require far more encouragement to seek first and last the kingdom of God. Many receive the Spirit's witness at confirmation, conversion, Holy Communion, baptism, and some, as I now know by experience, when sharing. He who consistently refuses to share will never understand. But let such a man begin to share, and he will discover for himself a comradeship which manifests the power of Christ with compelling reality. There is a hunger for fellowship with God and man, and there are many who have found that hunger satisfied in themselves and in others along this double road of confession and witness. I had almost as much bother with the principle of guidance. Once or twice I found the principle work out satisfactorily in practice, but for a time I could make little or no headway with it. Being in a group of persons who were ready to sit down at any odd moment and write the thoughts which came as they prayed to God was disturbing and frequently embarrassing. One day a member of the group asked me to lunch, and later announced that he had been guided to write me a check of £10. Whereupon he produced his checkbook and was about to hand me the money. Here was a man living on faith and prayer, and maintaining a wife and 2 children from the same source, offering me some of the balance. My friend returned the check to his pocket. Was his guidance right or wrong? The answer is that his overture gave me a chance of revealing something I was more in need of than money, which I could never have revealed but for what he did. It set up a chain of astonishing consequences which may be endless. Before I met the group I was walking down Whitehall when I was suddenly told by something inside to send money to 2 children in New Zealand. I obeyed, and the needed money arrived 6 weeks later, just before the death of their widowed mother, whose sudden illness I could not have foreseen. Another experience of luminous guidance came soon after I met Frank, when his insistence on setting his friends to work to build a spiritual family was still challenging me. Did he not know that religion was much too sacred a subject for talking about to everybody? One might be casting pearls before swine. Frank knew all that, said we should be guided in our life-changing efforts, but we must remember that nothing was too sacred that helps men. The name of a once successful professional man had been on my mind very often of late. It occurred to me that here was an excellent chance to help a difficult case. I determined to try Frank's advice and see this man, though uncertain where he was to be found. Our last meeting was in Lincoln's Inn, not far from High Holborn. Some months before, I had met him in another part of the town. So I prayed about him, listened for guidance, half expecting to get another such luminous thought as came to me at Oxford. The word that was pressed into my mind at that moment was temple, but there was not much luminosity about it. Strolling up Fleet Street, I waited at the top of Middle Temple Lane, wondering if I should encounter the man I had in mind, convinced that I had no earthly chance of seeing him there at that haphazard moment. It was about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. For half an hour I watched Londoners pass and repass me while I was apostrophizing myself as, "You great big stiff to stand here in the middle of London expecting to meet someone with whom you have no appointment, who does not work here, and whom you have only seen at this spot once in your life." But reassuring thoughts came. If there is anything in this guidance business of Frank's and his human engineering, as there seemed to be once before, it is surely up to Providence to make this test work, since I am honestly endeavoring to find out the truth while assisting someone probably in great need. I waited another 10 minutes. In normal circumstances I should then have strolled into Lincoln's Inn Fields for exercise or gone somewhere to lunch, as there was no need for my return to the office for some time. Just as I was about to move away, there came to me a sudden flash, distinctly luminous, identical in shape and feeling with the Oxford hash, and entirely different from my ordinary human thoughts. The message of this sudden luminous thought was commanding and urgent. Now go straight back to your office, but why? I had no wish or need to go back just then. Yet I turned and went down the street, and as I swung into the side road leading to my office, the man I had been seeking simultaneously turned in with me. Side by side we walked up the alley together. I was surprised, and yet not really surprised. I felt that just had to happen. To say the least, it was an amazing coincidence. Feeling rather excited, I asked my friend if he was looking for me or thinking about me. Perhaps telepathy had something to do with our meeting. He said, no. He had been trying to keep an appointment with a man outside the temple, the word I had got in guidance, at the opposite entrance to where I stood waiting for him. I had met him before in Fleet Street, and so my encounter may have been coincidence. Nevertheless, it was most remarkable that I met him at a time and place revealed to me by a luminous thought while trying out a new theory. But for that sudden flash I should have been somewhere else and should not have met him that day. Again I felt that Frank's guidance was not altogether eyewash. I saw a good deal of my friend during the next week, but I'm afraid my further efforts with him must have been singularly unguided, for I detected no evidence of a great transformation in his life. Nor, probably, did he in mine. Was that guidance or coincidence? Apart from the conviction it gave me, I can trace no beneficial result. I described this incident to one of the men in the group, who reminded me that the art of changing men's lives was not necessarily an art to be practiced at the same speed as getting a good news story. With the former there was need of infinite tact and patience, a willingness to lay yourself alongside another man, regarding him not as a duty, but lovingly as an opportunity, to be ready to devote an hour, a day, a year, a lifetime, to his redemption, if so guided. The rush methods of journalism might be applied to the kingdom of God, sometimes with satisfactory results, but not always, and it was probable. I was more in a hurry for results than God. I must regard every failure as an opportunity for success, every punch I received must be negotiated as spiritual jiu-jitsu. Every blow, every failure, every misadventure must be a lesson for a further advance. As Christ accepted the wrath of the world in Gethsemane, we must be prepared to receive everything that came our way and redirect the impact for the good of the kingdom and our self-development. After that, guidance became a desultory sort of affair with me. Occasionally I would try to keep a regular morning period for direction, and sometimes I would receive clear ideas as to what ought to be done. But the main idea that I needed, the next big thing to take in hand, persistently evaded me in organized guidance. I watched the group listening to God. At first I felt the women seemed more susceptible to clear leading than the men. Some of the experienced ladies in the group seemed to take almost every action on the guided principle. One night in Calvary I asked a newcomer to make herself known to another lady, Mrs. Lee Vrooman, wife of the Dean of International College, Smyrna, on the other side of the room, while I carried on a conversation. She arrived just as Mrs. Lee Vrooman was quietly listening for special guidance on what to do. That contact brought remarkable results. But still no special guidance for me. I seemed to have slipped into a lonely rut. At one Calvary meeting I encountered Dr. Philip Marshall Brown, professor of international law at Princeton University. I reminded him of how I had stormed his cab when he was leaving Oxford and shared his compartment on the journey to London. Inspired by the group teaching about reconciliation, he had called on his neighbor and settled a difference which had kept them apart for a year. But what was the professor's experience of guidance? I wanted to know. The professor is a commanding figure physically and intellectually. He has a fine head and a clear, powerful brain. No, he was not accustomed to receiving specially luminous thoughts distinguished from other thoughts, but he was quite confident he received guided thoughts. In fact, he had settled into the quiet time habit at any time as well as every morning. Only the other day someone had called on him for help over a problem, and together they had listened to God for guidance. Afterwards he read over those thoughts received in that consecrated half hour and he was quite confident his thoughts had been guided. I was waiting for special guidance in my next big step. Still none came. I grew restive and a little skeptical of the guidance theory, which I criticized to Cleve Hicks. Cleve said he understood my view. When first he saw people in quiet time he thought they were crazy. "Let's try a quiet time now," said the imperturbable Cleve. We tried. I with the same results. He read out to me his own guidance, and he gave me his paper. He will be surprised to discover it in a book, "For Sinners Only." Here is what he wrote: "They went every one of them with their faces straight forward, as the Spirit was to go they went, they turned not as they went." Ezekiel chapter 1 verse 12. Trust in the living God and he will give thee thy heart's desire. God does guide even to the picking of texts. Trust him in all things. Tell mother you are sorry for your remarks about. Cleve's mother died shortly after. Commit thy ways unto the Lord and he will direct thy path. Talk to Ray Purdy about this feeling of defeatism and things being snarled up. God will direct it. Beware of cheap optimism. Take a college by storm. Be more generous towards those who differ from you. A.J.'s future is in God's hands, the good is soon lost when the best is not aimed at. Get to the bottom of sin and the way God delivers from all the lures of the evil one. Be of good cheer. I have overcome the world. Pray that you be not disturbed. Constant prayer. A much deeper prayer life. A new trip south is right. Pray for money for it. Face and name your sins and commit them to God. There is no urging in love. It is a free response to a measureless love, that meets every need. A.J.'s time in America will be richly used. Learn to take burdens off one another. Let God do it. Where we deeply care there is no strain. Whatever one may think of this piece of sample guidance, there can be no two opinions of the quality of life lived by the man who wrote it. Nevertheless, I still had some doubts about the guidance question and the possibility of being able to turn on guidance at any time, perhaps because I had not yet conquered all the sins that were defeating me. As I waited I began to grow careless, and before I realized what was happening I had slipped a long way from the source of guidance. Feeling remorseful, highly self-critical and definitely repentant, I asked for leading again, not feeling very confident as to getting more guidance, since its coming had been so desultory and unsatisfactory, and the quality of my spiritual life was so low. Then, suddenly a flash came to show me how this book was to be written, followed by another giving me the title. The real purpose of my visit to America now came out with great clearness. That checks. It rings a bell, was the opinion expressed. Immediately I began to tell others what was in my mind. The urge had come not as a strong luminous thought or a soundless whisper in the atmosphere, but as sudden pressure on the spirit. And now I had one day left to decide which of three beckoning fingerposts to obey. My investigations of the Oxford group were practically complete, my story written. I was free to resume materialism once more. Should I follow one fingerpost down to Florida, the second to new enterprise in the British Isles, or the third, the most enticing, into a promising field just miraculously opened in the middle of Manhattan? At last I gave up the attempt to solve the problem and threw it back on the group principle of guidance for one final day. Touch it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. There was nothing uncertain about the way those three warning words buzzed in my ear, like a field of grasshoppers. Loudly they whirred and definitely they warned me not to touch an enterprise which would have taken me back to England during the next few days. Following that guidance, I made investigations and found snags in the offer I was about to accept. That meant goodbye to England for a while. The choice now lay between a skyscraper in Manhattan and a sojourn in the millionaire's paradise around Palm Beach. Guidance again, but no shrill warnings. Yet guidance to leave both Florida and Manhattan severely alone. But come, this was absurd. One couldn't throw away everything. Besides, this was now the last day of decision. Unless positive guidance came I was going to act without it. Slowly and meditatively back to the hotel. Here a surprise, an urgent cable from London. Would I catch the next fast boat to Oxford? Signed, Frank. So guidance had come again. Perhaps just the guidance I needed. It gave me the opportunity to make a few more inquiries which I had vaguely felt were necessary to complete my investigations of the Oxford group. A murky crossing in mid-March. Welcomed back in Brown's Hotel by Frank, whom I found entertaining newcomers to the group brought in by the articles I had written in the summer. With them was Sherry Day, whom I had come to regard as Frank's shadow and complement, sometimes following just behind and ofttimes going before and preparing the way for a house party in some corner of the world where the group was starting. The Reverend Sherwood Day is now a Presbyterian minister. He was a divinity student when he first came to know Frank at Hartford Seminary Foundation, Connecticut, many years ago. Since then he has accompanied Frank on most of his world tours. Once I asked Sam Shoemaker to name the finest Christian in the group. Sam directed a merry eye at me. If you mean the saintliest, the answer must be Sherry Day. He's an amazingly saintly fellow. I'll give you an example. We were traveling in India and proposing to go out for the evening, but unable to find a servant. All our shoes were dirty. Presently we noticed that Sherry Day had silently disappeared. Later he returned, just as silently. When we went to our rooms we all found our shoes cleaned, 7 pairs of them. I said to Frank, "Who cleaned these shoes?" Frank grinned cryptically. "Don't you know?" "That," said Sam, "is the type of man Frank has around him." Sherry Day was imitating Christ, who washed the feet of his disciples. Practical Christianity this. On 3 of the 5 occasions I have seen Sherry Day, he was just in the act of catching a liner for England, for America, for somewhere. On the 4th and 5th occasions he was busy helping someone in need. He is always ready to do something for somebody, and something useful rather than spectacular, although willing to go to the ends of the world on faith and prayer. What a fellowship it is, as Sherry is always saying. Sherry knows instinctively what to do with a team in any emergency, for he is completely selfless and surrendered. "The most trustworthy man I know," says Frank. When Sherry first met Frank he was finding the control of evil thoughts a hard daily fight. The harder he fought the more he was conquered. Frank showed him that when the imagination and will are in conflict the imagination wins, that the imagination must be centered on God, goodness, and on helping other people, so that all the evil steam can be condensed into a happy, useful and satisfied life. "Instead of getting tense in temptation nowadays," said Sherry to me, "I find myself able to make a long nose at the devil." It was not a trick I learned, but the simple truth that Christ, working through the absolutely surrendered soul, enables him to overcome his own weaknesses by helping others who are also struggling with temptations. Sherry finds that Frank always jumps ahead of him in development, for he is the natural leader. But Sherry has a wonderful facility for enunciating the principles which Frank formulates. He explained to me how the principle of sharing came to receive such a prominent place in the group teaching. We were a traveling team in China, where we found that 2 of us would sometimes get together and secretly vent something we disliked about another. It is notorious that some Christians cannot work together. To end that kind of thing we decided that we should share with the person concerned rather than with another the dislike we felt. Then not only did we share our own faults whenever they stuck their heads up, but we sought guidance to end our quarrels and cement the team into the ideal fellowship. Although Frank had worked out all the principles of the group before he left the Church of the Good Shepherd, it required crises such as these to put them into joint action. And they have worked splendidly. Sherry says that 10 years with Frank has made it possible to exchange his old divided will for a new and undivided way of life that has brought him far more pleasure than he believed possible. One of his typical prayers is, "Make me tired from intercession and service, and not from defensive fighting." He has been present or near to Frank in all parts of the world and men have been in the act of making the great change from self to God. There must be thousands of such captures, he says. Of course some of these may later get spiritual colic, as Frank describes it, and slip away for a while, perhaps to return when they feel better, just as a child might do. It is such difficult and patient work, changing men and keeping them changed. I have seen Frank shaking with the pain of it. Few people realize how serious and difficult is the task of creating apostles, which was the life work of Christ. Few are born without effort and much pain. There must always be a Peter who denies at first, and a James and John who want to sit on the right hand and left hand in the best seats in the kingdom, and a Judas or two to come along only to betray. When Sherry Day was a divinity student at Hartford, he was walking down the main street with Frank when they encountered two drunken men. "You take one and I'll take the other," said Frank to Sherry, starting to collar his man and to take him home. Sherry was unready and unwilling for the task. He thought the cure for a drunk was aspirin or coffee, a cold shower in bed. "I watched Frank do what I felt I couldn't do," he told me. He took his man home, and next day, when he was in the midst of a meeting, Frank had one of his irresistible impulses to go out into the street, where he found his drunken man again, now perfectly sober. Frank has the guided habit of turning up unexpectedly just when he is wanted. He put his man on the right road that day while showing me how inefficient I was in my own job. I felt like a young man who had gone into medicine but was unable to do the simplest medical work in an emergency. Frank explained to me that it was because my religion was not in action that I felt so helpless in such an emergency. That if I had real love for men I should be willing to share with them my temptations, my secret thoughts, to put myself alongside them, work with them and for them. He said that every man could test the reality of his religion by finding out if he was ready to make sacrifices for others. He gave me an early chance to make the test, and I found I did not want to go to China when he invited me to go there with him. The truth is, I shrank from Frank's two effective methods, wanting to live a selfish life. I definitely did not want to get into the lives of others, for I knew it meant being out in the cold winds, among the strays, hard work and considerable pain. But you went? Yes. And results followed? Yes. The first vital talk I had was with a man tied up by the same problems I now knew how to avoid. So I shared my own experience with him. As a consequence there were now two men to help in changing sinners where previously there was one. And who is the most difficult person you have ever tried to change? Sherry's mind wandered back along the line of changed men who have fallen to Frank and himself, and presently he said, "The most difficult man is the one so encrusted with his sins that he has lost the sense of conviction." It was late when Sherry and I had finished talking and he retired to bed. The next morning he was up at dawn, and once again off on an ocean liner to a guided destination, a house party at Briarcliff Lodge on the Hudson. Chapter 16. An Ideal Home. A train journey with Frank to Oxford is just as exhilarating as any other experience with this vital personality. Watch him sailing to the booking office, marshalling the portmanteau, directing the porters, who take to him immediately, directing everybody, choosing his meal in a third-class dining saloon the night after he has been living in a royal palace. Spend a week with him at Oxford while he cooperates in running Ken Twitchell's ideal home, God's house, Frank calls it. The establishment has been run on faith and prayer for some years, though not without many days when the future was not clear but awaited with confident faith like a November fog. But the house goes believingly on. Money comes in, just enough to keep going. And always a stream of visitors to entertain as though there were a regular income or an overloaded banking account. When Frank enters he seems to bring with him a breeze of the Spirit. He is religious quicksilver each day of a 7-day week. The shouts, the tempers, the pique, the postures, the vanity, the overdone censure and the overdone praise, these concomitants of dictatorship are missing when Frank is on the job. He gets his work done a little quicker, and sometimes a good deal more efficiently, without these infirmities of the unsurrendered great. Only by surrounding himself with men and women living the same kind of life could so much work be got through in so short a space of time. Every post brings a mail gathered from the ends of the earth. One would think the group house at Oxford was the center of an international religious correspondence course, only there is no charge. News of the spiritual travail of much of the world pours in through the letterbox, and is faithfully dealt with in short, crisp answers, confidential and stimulating. Not answers tepidly charged with good advice, but dynamic messages inspiring the recipient to action in some reciprocally beneficial manner. Perhaps a message to a young man recently in the group and suffering from one of those periods of colic or growing pains to which all of us are susceptible. Frank's reply may perhaps encourage a little more honest sharing at home, thus getting straight to the root of his probable trouble. Always the letter is a mixture of stiff challenge and good fellowship. One of the stiffest letters Frank permitted himself to write was to some persons who were refusing to support him in a certain courageous action for the help of someone in need. Frank said their refusal to extend the help where greatly needed might involve them in a crop of cares they did not foresee at the moment. But it was a friendly warning, nevertheless, free from pique and resentment. Never does Frank mince matters where his correspondents show blindness or compromise. If the man is living an undisciplined life, he tells him so in plain words. Fearless dealing with sin all the time. Honesty demands it. Spiritual growth is impossible without it. 50 or 60 letters a day are nothing to Frank. One night last year in Geneva, following a wearing evening meeting, he returned to his hotel and found the correspondence piling up from all quarters of the world. All through the night until 6:30 a.m. he dictated to Ken Twitchell. One of those letters brought about a change in the life of a nobleman, who subsequently opened up the group work in Hungary. After such a strenuous day, Frank admits to his mind being tired, that he cannot think so quickly as at the start, but he is still a human dynamo. All the time Frank is handling his correspondence he is listening for guidance as to the requirements of others in the house. His facility for anticipating a human need before the person concerned is aware of that need or before he can be approached or called to the spot is uncanny. I have been working alone in my room. Suddenly I have found myself stuck in an aspect of group work I could not understand. I have looked up and found Frank just entering. I was guided to come up and see you, he says. At first you wonder if this is not just coincidence. But these coincidences continued to happen with me, and anybody who knows Frank says just the same thing. His hurried rush from a campfire meeting to a nearby tent where a man was in agonies with appendicitis, unknown to another human being, attracted Ray Purdy to Frank. Sherry Day is never tired of telling that other story of Frank dashing into the street without warning to encounter the drunken man of the previous night. All his associates know so many examples of Frank's uncanny habit that they have ceased to be surprised. They know that he will always appear at the right time or else get in touch by telegram, telephone or cable. Like the proverbial busy man, he is the person always to find time for extra work. Knowing that the real solution of his own problems demands, as its natural sequence, the solving of other people's, his mind is always engaged on this altruistic duty. He may be in the kitchen thanking the servants for the way they have speeded up the work proceeding through the whole house, or be sending daffodils to some neglected person down the street, preparing Easter cards or Christmas cards, or saying just the right word to help his hostess put the self-conscious new arrival at ease the first evening. He thinks of everybody and everything. When he comes to stay, he comes not to be entertained, but to entertain. His wide figure, wide shoulders, wide forehead, wide smile, provide a leaning post wide enough to support all comers. Frank rarely acts alone, but always with the idea of training others. He is the natural pedagogue, often teaching without permitting others to know they are being taught. A visitor sat in his group meetings for several days watching him in action, listening as he asked first one and then another how he would handle some new problem that arose. Though he may not always have gone round the circle, the visitor noticed with every query that one man's opinion was invariably asked. Presumably it was because his advice was so good. That was the visitor's first thought, but Frank did not defer to him more than to the rest. At the end of the second day the visitor sensed what was in Frank's mind. This man was to be left in charge of the group at Oxford when Ken Twitchell was away in America. Frank's secretaries are all group leaders. He feels this must be so considering the highly confidential nature of his work and the necessity of preparing others to carry on when he is taken away. It is also better so, for he does not necessarily give the final word after he has collected opinions. All through the day he is putting the important matters up to the guidance of the group in their quiet times. When there is uncertainty, a further period of quiet is called for, and then unanimity is inevitable. Theoretically, if this guidance is really the Holy Spirit, there should be immediate unanimity. But there are obvious reasons why this cannot always be. Guidance must be thought of as not mechanical, but as becoming clear through reason, evidence, and luminous thinking. God speaks to us in all the ways of our human understanding. No man or group of men is infallible, but a group of people each individually seeking God's will and closely united together is most likely to receive the clearest consistent guidance. Often God reveals only one step at a time. Sometimes we have to go ahead on what seems probably right instead of acting on certainty. Guidance ultimately rests on a basis of faith, and if we act sincerely on what God gives us. He never lets us down, say the group. All things work together for good to them that love God, is the guiding slogan. There is a constant coming and going at the group house. I was writing in my room when a tall, blue-eyed youth from South Africa, now a fresher at Cambridge, breezed in. This young lad began to tell me his quaint experience with the groups in his native country. His elder brother had come home one evening to urge his parents to come down to Muizenberg and see what a group meeting was like. I hadn't the slightest notion of what it was all about, said the young undergraduate, as he lounged before my fire. I didn't even know it was going to be a religious meeting. But I went down just to see what was on. I was a college boy, and naturally interested in what my bigger brother was about. The group crowd seemed rather happy, and gave me a welcome, which I thought was rather decent for university men. So I stayed on to their meeting, when they began to talk about something which I felt was right and really wanted. Hitherto I had thought religion was rather dull, but the group seemed to have a new way of looking at things, which was not morbid, though very personal. But I wasn't quite prepared for this or what was about to follow. After several had told their stories, I was astounded to see my elder brother get up and begin to tell his own experience. To hear one who had always dominated his brothers and sisters stand up in a public meeting and talk so frankly about the change which had come into his life was to set my knees knocking together. I felt it meant I should have to do the same thing, unless I was careful. Well, I wasn't so careful. For I spoke to a happy-looking fellow after the meeting, who told me that Christ was the center of his life. Nobody had talked like that to me before. It made me think. I could see he was thoroughly happy. After that I had a chat with my brother, and discussed pretty frankly some of the things in my life which I had not liked to discuss before. That helped me tremendously. Then I saw Cleve Hicks, and with him I made my surrender to God. With that a new power came to me, accompanied by a great peace and joy, though there was nothing emotional about it. What about your parents? I asked, knowing that the undergraduate's father was a prominent King's Counsel in Cape Town. Oh, they seemed quite pleased about it. Especially, Dad was. We all went home, and my elder brother and I had quiet times together, and also took part in the school group at Diocesan College where we both were. Then my younger brother became interested, and next my younger sister, all four of us. It made quite a difference in the home. There was much less scrapping than formerly, which so surprised my father that he decided to come in too. The thing which caused him the most astonishment was the sight of all four of us dashing off one evening to get his spectacles when he asked for them, instead of our being asked several times to go, and each passing the buck to one of the others. So all four of us children, and father as well, now had quiet times together in the same house. Father is very enthusiastic. When the car hadn't arrived at the station on time to meet him, instead of losing his temper he spent the waiting period witnessing to a porter. What other change occurred in your home life? The undergraduate mused on the pleasant South African home thousands of miles away, for which he was slightly homesick. It put us all on a different relationship, of course. We found that most of us had to cut out some selfishness which we had nourished. That made life much happier for everybody. We had group meetings every Sunday, and the fellows who came in about that time are still holding strongly. News that this young man's father had associated himself with the Oxford group speedily became known in the South African bar. One day he was addressing a high court judge in Cape Town when he used the phrase, "Now, my lord, to be perfectly honest interpolated, come, Mr. B, whereupon the judge jocularly, "No Oxford group here." The chaplain of Downing College, Cambridge, was another to arrive that day. He had been suddenly whisked up from Cornwall to rearrange plans for an April house party in his university town, a party which he ran magnificently. A tall, slim, athletic figure with the lightest blue eyes, he had once distinguished himself as captain of boats at Wadham College, Oxford. The Rev. Nick Wade placed the invitations to the forthcoming house party on my table, stretched his long legs before my fire and became ruminative. He had some very poignant recollections of his first meeting with Frank, which was as far back as 1922, when he was attending a house party of Oxford men at Keswick. One evening Frank came in to supper and prayer. After supper 20 of us sat round in a circle to hear him, and 2 of us subsequently came into the group, the Reverend Howard Rose and myself. Tell A.J. that story of Rose, 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 and Wade, 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 Frank had advised, when I was being introduced to the chaplain. Nick Wade, perfect name for an Ethel M. Dell hero, told me the yarn. I had listened to Frank's stories of changed lives, typical stories of Frank's, said he, and next morning awoke feeling rather rebellious. I felt there was something in religion and that I hadn't yet got it, and that perhaps Frank could explain. I went out and, oddly enough, found myself walking down a cul-de-sac, running parallel with the road I meant to take. Exactly how I got into that I don't remember. Just then Frank came unexpectedly out of a house and hailed me. It seemed rather queer when he said he was just coming to see me that I should have unconsciously come out of my way to see him. I told him this. Whereupon Frank opened his notebook and showed me the entry, Wade, 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 Rose, Rose, Rose. I said, "Why did you write that down?" Frank replied that in his early quiet time he had heard 2 names, Wade and Rose. That, said the chaplain, was the first time I realized how an ordinary man could be in close touch with God. So we had a great talk, which opened to me a whole new vista of practical adventure and possibility which before had been just theoretical and theological. Very little followed immediately, but soon there came a new realization of the challenge of Christ to live so close to him that he could guide and control my life all the time and use me in the lives of others. A few years later I traveled round the world with Frank and a small company, including London Hamilton, Sherry Day, and Sam Shoemaker, seeing a cross-section of life in the Near, Middle and Far East. We mixed with missionaries, and people who had no use for missionaries. The discipline of that traveling team and my experiences during that year abroad with Frank, together with the vision it brought of the need of the modern world for Christ, led to my decision to prepare for ordination. That year with Frank was amazing. Barriers in my departmentalized life were broken down everywhere, and I was taught how to be willing to do anything the Spirit of God wanted and how to do it. I found that Frank thinks of everything, always with the object of extending God's kingdom. A whole new quality of life became possible through the principle of guidance. I found that if one is ready to pay the price, there really comes a power to diagnose the trouble and provide the cure in one's own life and in other lives all the time. More and more I came to understand how everything centers round an experience of Jesus Christ, so real, so vivid, so great, that it dominates the whole life. It is a dynamic relationship that issues in power. Since then I am continually finding that people, even conventional Christians, keep so many areas from Christ's control that they live merely a departmentalized life. My contact with Frank swept me to a higher level, where nothing now was either secular or religious, but everything spiritual and real. This life gets you more and more. I was asked to come up here from Cornwall quite suddenly, and I had no wish to come. But here I am. I know the only right thing to do is what God tells me to do. Nick Wade is a popular chaplain. He is priceless as the host at a big house party. That he feels a sense of divine guidance and power in the details of his daily routine can be seen by anyone with half a blind eye who observes his earnest face and radiant manner. Lunching with the chaplain of Downing means not a formal talk about generalities, but a heart-to-heart talk about the deepest needs of a man's life, those needs which the English gentleman is so expert in hiding from his closest friends. Later on I had a chat with the Reverend Howard Rose, who is of the Donald Hankey Woodbine Willie type, and well worth a detour to meet at his vicarage in London, or to hear preach in Christ Church in the same accessible thoroughfare. Howard Rose is slight, tallish, with a wiry, athletic figure, ready to carry on alone without a curate for sometimes 20 hours a day. He has a domed head, a ruddy complexion, and the happiest of dispositions, with a completely disciplined character, which makes you ready to give him your confidence. It was Howard's experiences during the war which decided him to give up business and enter the ministry. In one instance he was the recipient of special guidance which saved the lives of himself and the whole company. Howard was leading his company out of the front-line trenches back through dangerous terrain under a rain of shell fire to rest billets when he approached a fork in the road. Both arms of the fork led to the billets, but the one to the right was better marching, further away from the enemy's guns, and in every obvious way the more desirable. Howard wavered between the two roads. He knew nothing of the group in those days, and asked God to guide him, trusting for an immediate answer. The answer flashed back clearly: take the left. The sergeant major was astounded to see the commander taking the worst road, and protested. The men, too, began grousing, but followed. Everybody was sullenly convinced the captain was wrong, for the enemy shells were now falling nearer than before. Suddenly there came a fresh salvo of shelling, and then the other road to their right, at the exact spot where they would have been marching, was blown shapeless. Seeing this, the men's feelings changed instantly, as was shown later when Howard addressed them before the dismiss. He said he felt they should know the real reason why he marched left instead of right against everybody's better judgment, including his own. 10 of his company, including some of the NCOs, afterwards wanted to know more about religion, and, thinking they could catch it by being confirmed, approached the brigade padre for this purpose. Says Howard, the brigade padre was one of the very best, and had already won a military cross and bar for conspicuous bravery. Knowing what I stood for, he put up to me that I should prepare my own men for confirmation. At first I was taken aback, and told him I was not a padre, but just a soldier. True, he said. But you are also a soldier of Jesus Christ. Tell them simply what he means to you. Accordingly, at my next opportunity, when the battalion was out at rest, my confirmation class was begun. It comprised a sergeant, a lance corporal, and 8 privates. We met some dozen times, and these talks have since formed the basis of my confirmation talks as an ordained parson. They had to be practical and real to meet the circumstances and needs of active service, and so probably got across better than the classes I had myself attended as a boy. My candidates were duly confirmed by Bishop Gwynn, Assistant Chaplain General, and one now deeply interested in the groups, and it did seem to make a very real difference, not only to them, but to the whole battalion. These incidents and innumerable talks with officers and men finally led Howard into the ministry. It was just after my ordination, he says, that I met Frank for the first time, and was deeply impressed not only with his quality of life, but with his emphasis on the need of unhurried quiet in the early morning. Twice Frank visited me in my parish in Sussex, leaving an unmistakable influence on my life, and after the second occasion I determined at whatever cost to keep an unhurried quiet time daily. The change in one's effectiveness was instantaneous, and shortly afterwards I was called to Oxford as a chaplain on the pastorate ministering to undergraduates. It was here that I found no way so effective as that advocated by the group in dealing with students. In my 6 years in Oxford, over 1,000 students, both men and women, came of their own accord for personal talks. Many of them had deep needs which I knew I could not have met had I not had my own needs met by Frank or someone else. Each term several hundred men and women came into our home. It became the center of the activity of the group in Oxford, and in 1928 it was my privilege to lead the first team to South Africa, from which date I have been wholly identified with the work. Howard's congregation has trebled during his first 6 months as vicar. During my stay at the group house, Oxford, I had ample chances of observing Frank's love of festivities. His delight in malting Easter Day happy for everybody was thoroughly infectious. Easter cards from him appeared on plates and desks, a fine Easter lily from somebody was ushered into the drawing room, Easter eggs for the Twitchell tots were secreted in, behind and under the chairs. Frank can play with children and make them as thoroughly at ease as he makes the grown-ups. He waxed merry at my amazement in finding the number around the table for the special Easter Day lunch was 13. No such thing as superstition in the Oxford group. I whispered to Garrett Steerley to sit in the middle of the train that afternoon, as he and Nan, his ideal wife, left for Wolverhampton, just in case of accidents. The table were incredulous that anyone could be so sensitive to the figure 13. Then Marion, Mrs. Twitchell, unconcernedly announced that she was born on the 13th of the month. One felt more certain that something would happen to that train to Wolverhampton. This was just tempting fate. The next day the group came together and fixed the date for a luncheon to editors, calmly deciding on April 13th. Presumably, the reason why there was no accident to the Wolverhampton train was because some worse fate was developing for these daring people who hurled their defiance at the skies of superstition. I had piquant memories of buying stocks on the morning of a certain November 13th, to see them crash on the afternoon of the same unlucky day. Later I called on the broker for tea at his private address. He lived at number 13. On a subsequent February 13th, I saw stocks I had just sold short go soaring to the clouds, leaving me more broke than usual. One Friday, December 13th, I signed the lease for some new business premises. 3 serious operations followed immediately afterwards, which held up the business for a long time, to say nothing of a complexity of further misfortunes ending in the Great Depression. And while I was finishing this chapter, the 13th President of France was assassinated. The group of 13 sitting round Mrs. Twitchell's table smiled complacently at superstition. I was not so confident. The telephone bell rang. A message came through from Europe inviting Frank to be the guest of a celebrity over the weekend. That was the answer to this number 13 recklessness. His boat would go down like the White Ship. But Frank returned smiling the next week. And I have still to discover what ill luck was brewing and went astray. A new moon peeped at us through the glass of the railway compartment on our way to Cambridge just after. But tragedy still held aloof. The Twitchell tots, Skippy and Baby Ann, aged 4 and 2, take their place with the family and guests at the group dining table, which says a lot for Maddie, a young Swiss Quakeress, in whose charge they are. The Twitchell tots have not yet begun their official quiet times, although they are unconsciously practicing them. Their shouts for Daddy and Mummy to come, say prayers with them, is evidence that religion will come naturally without the coercive methods which did so much harm in a past generation. Skippy is a tall, serious boy, with a fair complexion, fine dark lashes, a kindly nature and the promise of a poet. Baby Ann has a wide forehead, lots of brains behind it, much coquetry and a face full of mischief. There is one point of exact similarity between all 4, Ken, Marion, Skippy, Baby Ann. Each has a pair of fine dark brown eyes. All appear to have been made from one model, a prize brown eye, multiplied 8 times into a brown-eyed family octagon. To see the family at work in the group house, one would hardly suspect the discipline which underlies its happy freedom. All are in the world yet not of it. Marion and Nan disprove the contention that 2 women in one house do not agree long. Sharing is again the explanation. Watch these 2, used to the gay social round, imparting a rarer gaiety to the work of the group house, so obviously enjoying their life of faith and prayer and surrender to God. One morning at breakfast Nan read a letter from Miss Round, the Whiteman Cup tennis player. I asked her what Miss Round was doing in the group. Oh, Nan had met her at a house party up in the Midlands, from which the tennis celebrity went home deeply impressed, as was well known. Miss Round had a strong religious background. Her mother asked her what the meeting was like. Goody. No, the real thing. So the tennis celebrity had become a witnessing enthusiast for the group basis of life. Donald Mackay blew in one day from South Africa. Donald is a merry fellow. Having once overstayed his leave as a soldier, he gave this cheeky explanation to his colonel: I've had a damn good time, and am ready to pay for it. He paid, slightly. He had done all sorts of He-Man jobs on the veldt. Once he lived in a forest hut. The mice came and ate his food. One day they disappeared. Relief for a fortnight. Then he encountered a large cobra outside his hut and tried to kill it. The cobra ran into his hut and was killed as it entered a hole where it had lived, inside the hut, for a fortnight, protecting him from mice. One of his jobs was driving wild horses from Rhodesia down into the Transvaal to save the pound-a-head railway fare. He is the kind of man to do the right thing when the extraordinary happens, as he did in the middle of the night when his mob of wild horses were stampeded by a pair of undimmed headlights. He has a delightful fund of hunting stories. He told me a quaint incident connected with one of the group meetings in South Africa. A young student had owned up to stealing money for cigarettes, whereupon the Negro servant promptly and unexpectedly confessed to having stolen the cigarettes his young master had bought with the stolen money. But his best yarn is the tale of how he tried to dodge London Hamilton in Pretoria back in 1929, how he went to his first house party, SL Camp on the Veldt, ostensibly to give his dog a swim, but really to find an answer to life's riddle, how he found it, and has since become a troubadour for God on 3 continents. When the 1931 house party at Oxford ended, we were all invited to the University Church of St. Mary to witness the pretty wedding of 2 experienced leaders, Bill Brown and Polly Fox. There were 10 bridesmaids. I described that ceremony under a banner headline, Faith and Prayer Wedding at Oxford. Frank had given an address, in which he said the wedding was a challenge to a world of materialism, for they would be trusting to God only for their sustenance while they sought to extend his kingdom. Polly and Bill were now frequent callers at the group house. I asked them how they fared in married life on faith and prayer. Amazingly well. Once they got down to just enough for the next breakfast. Then a little money had come in by post from a working girl in the north who had been helped by them. A clergyman had heard of the incident, and had sent along a couple of pounds. From then onwards the faith and prayer life had continued to work out, always the cruse of oil, rarely in abundance. Subsequently Bill Brown took charge of a house party at Matlock, which he ran with outstanding ability. Patrick is the name of their baby son. Ray Purdy and Elsa Purdy were among those constantly coming and going to and from the group house while I was staying there. Both radiant as ever, both ready to come for ward and lead or efface themselves as usual, both doing good work which nobody heard and 3 writhing about until perhaps a year or so after, when someone, telling the story of his or her life change, would announce, and then I met Ray Purdy. It was like saying, and then came the war. The inevitable had happened. They were now off to South Africa, where Ray was to take charge of a big church in Pretoria. They sailed on Friday the 13th. Here in the group house I met again a lady who has done so much for Calvary Church and the group movement in America and Europe. Olive Jones has silver hair, a clear brain, a sense of humor, a vein of sentiment, a voice in 1,000, and a heart of gold. Yet she has been a stern disciplinarian, and, as such, was given the charge of special schools in New York State, where she did more for delinquent boys than any person in America. At one time she was on 64 public committees, was elected president of the National Education Association, and is nationally regarded as an authority in her field. One Saturday afternoon I drove Olive out from Oxford to Pangboom, a picturesque river drive, to a tumbling weir, bubbles of a drowned past, then on to Reading. Ken lent me his 50,000-mile-old Morris for the drive. She went beautifully, but the engine had the knack of stopping when the car stopped at busy points en route, to the annoyance of everybody but Olive. Even when I took the wrong turning and the car stopped without power on the edge of the river, Olive gazed placidly on, careless of potential tragedy. Adventures and misadventures, but the old Morris held out. I had one eye on the road, one eye on the Thames, one ear for the engine and one ear for the remarkable story that Olive had to tell. Though once a church member, Olive had long given up her belief in religion, in the Bible, in God, but still retained her faith in a future life. Her mother became stricken with paralysis, and just before she died was always calling Olive's name, though never able to make her understand. As her mother died, her paralyzed arms raised suddenly and a beatific expression came into her face, which convinced Olive that she had glimpsed the world beyond. Olive pondered over the mystery of what her dying mother had wished to tell her. At that time Olive's educational theory was just ethical teaching, habit formation, and pre-vocational training, aided by medical and social service. She believed that if a person was shown what was the right thing to do, he would do it, provided economic pressure did not prevent him. Her work flourished, but she was dissatisfied. A study of the after-career of her boys revealed 79%, living useful, respected lives, which meant great acclaim for her. But 21% were on the road to prison, social menaces at best. Her dissatisfaction grew. A movement for weekday religious education of unchurched children had now started among New York teachers, Catholic and Protestant, working separately, but in absolute harmony. Olive began to think of this as a device to help her with that wayward 21%. She agreed to help in the publicity side of the work, in which she specialized. This took her to see some of the classwork firsthand. One day a small boy looked up into her face and asked, "What church do you go to?" The unconscious emphasis on "you" made her feel a hypocrite. She could not say, "None." As an evasive answer she gave the church in which she had been confirmed. To save her face, for she had always been honest with children, she now decided to join a church. She saw an advertisement of Calvary in a street car, and went to hear Sam Shoemaker preach. Greatly attracted by the practical sincerity of the sermons and the cordiality of the people, she decided to join. She saw Sam, who urged her to attend the Thursday night group meeting, but she evaded. A lady who knew Olive by reputation in women's organizations, a member of the group, took her out to dinner and told her of her own changed life, which made Olive determined to find God for herself, as she was convinced she was hearing truth in spiritual things at last. So Olive called on Ray and Mrs. Purdy at their apartment, where, as frequently happens, another definite surrender to God was made. The capture of Olive was an important event in the life of Calvary Church. Here was a God-sent organizer arriving just at the time when a forward movement was in progress. Olive took over the direction of Calvary House, and ran the activities of that house on efficient labor-saving lines, efficiency learned and developed during many years spent in powerful political organizations. The morning quiet time which she established in Calvary House became a period for gathering together the strings of the work and getting and giving general direction for the rest of the day. Then came the Geneva House Party, requiring Olive's attendance in Europe, and later her presence in Oxford. That drive with Olive to Pangbourne and then on to Reading was a spiritual feast. One always believed there were many women in the world who lived very near to God. A conversation with Olive proved she is one of them. As we were coming down the hill to Magdalen College on our return journey, Olive was telling me of a recent mystical experience. She was one of a party of 15, all in the group, who were attending communion service. As all went to the altar rail, Olive found herself at the end of the line. 14 knelt, and then the verger's hand went out, and Olive had to wait. Just at that moment of separation from the rest she was vividly conscious of Christ's presence close beside her, kindly, sympathetic, and completely understanding. A true mystical experience. One last story from the dinner table at the group house deserves a place at the top of a news column. A woman had been divorced, and was living on a settlement paid regularly by her remarried husband under a court order. The woman was changed through the group, and she began to get guidance. This included the leading to write to her divorced husband and decline any more payments from him, as she had been just as guilty as he over the divorce. A courageous step, for it meant looking to God for her maintenance, for she had no other source of income. Some other husbands would probably like their ex-wives to encounter the group.